Welcome back, everyone. It's PUBG Esports yet again after PGS. We've got, though, the PEC Cups, the qualification, the route to glory, though, for the teams in our region. I'm UpPower. I'm joined by not just one person, but the one, the only, the myth, the legend, the Koho, content creator, all-star gamer, head coach, the legend. How you been, bro? I missed you.
Damn, what an introduction. Ooh, I could get used to this. Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a long while. I'm glad to be back, just even if it's just filling in. I've been really good. I've been grinding away behind the scenes, but it's always good to just get to watch and get to cast and talk about some of the young guys, some of the upcoming guys in the region. I love it. I'm happy to be here.
Well, I'm sure everyone else has missed you as well, mate. But yes, you are always behind the scenes, always grinding away, and one amazing knowledge though when it comes down to PUBG. So I'm looking forward to this week, but we have week number 2. So let's quickly go through some of the basics. So we have to remind everyone, if you are new here, what are we doing? And let's start with the point format. Why? Because it's the easiest thing to do, because it doesn't really change, does it, Koho? This is the superset. No changes here. Everyone should expect it from 10 points down to 1, and the kills equaling 1 point. There's no excitement here, should we say?
I mean, it's the standard stuff. Of course, you get used to it after a while. It's the best format that we've come up with so far, at least the most competitive one that we've come up with so far. It gives teams multiple ways to get to the top of the leaderboard. Gives them a nice little mix of aggression and positional play. So it's an old faithful, you should say.
An old faithful, the trusty point. Well, let's look at the format, because the format is slightly different. For those that are new here, as I said, we are on PEC. So this is the EMEA region. This is the qualifications. And for those that are not regional partners, or those that are not like global partner teams, you have to sign up and you have to work your way through the weekly scrims. Now, we've done week number 1 already. We are on week 2, and the week 2 scrims have been done. So every Saturday, we will be back here competing in the cups. Those cups will equal to an overall leaderboard, Koho, and it's about the end of the format, because these teams have to get their way through. We've already had 1 week, and these are the points as they stand.
Yeah, you want to be at the top of this leaderboard when all of the cups conclude. That means a lot of things. That means A, you don't have to play every single cup to make it to the playoffs. B, it means consistency is very, very rewarding. So if you consistently get to the cups, even if you don't win them, you should be able to make your way towards that top 16 that you're aiming for. And C, we get a ton of PUBG. We really get a ton of games.
Yes.
And these teams get a ton of chances to prove themselves and to improve at the same time.
Yeah, that's the big thing. So as I said, at the end of every Saturday, we will tally up the points. We'll load them onto the overall cup leaderboard. And obviously, at the moment, we have the teams already locked in and waiting here. Now, that being said, there is a little bit difference when it comes to week 4 and week 5, though, Koho, because if you do come in and you do win, you'll go straight through and you qualify. So obviously, yes, you want to get that consistency coming back week after week and obviously entering into the leaderboard. And as we can see here, these are the teams that this week have entered into the race to put some points on the leaderboard. There's only 6 teams, though. 6 teams returning compared to the teams last week. So again, lots of opportunity for these newcomers.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the names and you feel like you've seen a lot of them on that leaderboard, but there is a lot of new ones on the board as well. Joga Bonito is one of them that did decently in week 1 and won the scrims essentially in this week as well. TMO is 2nd place of this week's scrims, so I'll have my eye on them. Fully unbiased, of course. Completely neutral.
Hey, facts.
And then we have ATC, Aurora Gaming, and PGG rounding out the top 5 of the scrims. But that's one way to look at it, right? You could look at the top teams from the scrims and say, oh, these are the teams we expect to do well today. But honestly, it's not the greatest signal, right? This is going to be a very, very different lobby than what we have seen in the scrims.
Yeah, let's talk about some of these teams. And you've already touched on one. I want to kick things off. Joga Bonito are a very, very strong team when it comes down to killing. We see this from the Spring Cups. We see this now in the Fall Cups. But Koho, they struggle to get placement points. They seem to go for the early fight. They seem to go for the early kills. And that's them done and dusted. They're out. But they get qualified based upon those sort of strats that they give us here in the Cups.
Yeah, they're very different. They're very different, and they're so different that sometimes that will lead to other teams flaming them and saying they're not serious. But if they get the results, they get the results. And like I said earlier, they don't have to win these cups, right? If they end up in a 5th to 8th place every single cup, for example, that is more than enough to get yourself to the playoffs. And as soon as you manage to adapt there, as long as you manage to adapt there, it doesn't really matter anymore. So yes, currently they didn't win last week, right? They got 4th, but that's more than enough. That's super respectable.
Yeah, they look at that kind of like, we're qualified, let's move on type of thing. And it's definitely the case. Today's matches, though, will be kicking things off on Erangel, be ended on Erangel. We've got a splash, and it pains me to say this, the wildcard maps would also include Miramar for game number 2. I still like Miramar. Yeah. It's kind of my esports go-to map. But yeah, it's starting Erangel, ending on Erangel. I want to talk a bit more about these teams, and let's move into your not-so-biased team, the Myth-Off. They had a great, obviously, week this week. They weren't here for week number 1, obviously falling short. And it is a strong contending team. Why? Because it's part PUBG Germany. I get that. That's why you get the shirt on. I had to counteract it with Team UK. But they're a good team. They should have been showing up, and I expect them to do good things here today.
I talked to them a little bit before this, and they said, well, we're a completely fresh team, right? We kind of messed up. That's not the word they used, but that's the word I'll use on broadcast, week 1. And they said, now we're starting to get into a groove where things are getting acceptable. They're not near their potential yet. They're not a perfect team. They don't think they are, but they are getting there. And that's true to a ton of teams in this lobby, right? We see so many rosters that even if they've been together for a couple of weeks. Almost no one in this lobby has been together for a substantial time and has had time to iron everything out. So that's why I'm saying as well, this format, if you don't have a ton of time, if you're working a full-time job or something, this format is tough. But for everybody else that really wants to grind PUBG and wants to get better at PUBG, this is amazing.
Yeah, well, look, Cream does rise to the top, right, in that level. In this sort of rewards consistency. If you can come back week after week, get enough points, work your way through the teams that have signed up, get yourself through that final stage on Wednesday to enter into the cup, that's going to be big. One of those teams that did enter into the cup, and I do think we need to have a quick chat about, though, is Gridlock. Because Gridlock, as you can see here, didn't make the top of the leaderboard. Big expectations. Team France, right? Needix is all-star player coming through. Silence again. Warren, which is younger than coming through. But for whatever reason, and since the stream finished last week, Koho, he sent me a message and apologized. I'm like, why are you apologizing to me? He was like, that's not the performance I wanted to expect. We need to reset. And as you say, kind of reform, because they are quite a new team merging together.
Yeah, 100%. And again, 8 points is rough, right? That is a rough day in the office. And yeah, again, that's super tough. That was a day to forget for them, but they have the chance to reset. They have the chance to come back, and they have made it through the qualifiers again, right? So that's one thing that you will get rewarded for if you just consistently make it through the cups. You'll have so many chances to play and show your best that at some point you should be able to prevail. And if not, then maybe this wasn't the right team. Maybe this wasn't the right lineup. Maybe things have to change, but you'll get a lot of chances. PGT, 2nd place last week. Again, 5th place in the scrims this week. That would be 100% the number 1 team to go out for, at least today for me.
Yeah, I agree. We want to see what they can do. We want to see what they can bring to the table. I want to talk about some teams in a little bit more, especially around the split of teams. Now, we've got Team, obviously, Kazakhstan, as you can see on the leaderboard here. But Team UK, after the ENC, and they got through the qualifiers, they got their position and locked in their slot, they went to each other and went, actually, do you know what? This is working. Let's stay together as a team. Unfortunately, due to the rules and regulations, they're not allowed to, because if they did, they would give up that ENC slot for them. So, we've seen Bosh, Big John come in, obviously, where we see the mix of Michael and T-Bone, but they were there last week. Construction workers, where we get the other half of Team UK coming in with Fex and Vard, they didn't qualify, but this week they have. And actually, on Wednesday, construction workers, I hold my hands up, you know, I'm good friends with T-Bone, lives on the road to me. I actually think construction workers performed greater than the team. So I'm really interested to see this kind of like rivalry, especially from a Team UK point of view, actually throw it down, because construction workers have got a bit more weight that they need to get a better game than they did last week, because Big John has already points in the leaderboard.
For sure. And it's one of those rosters as well, right? That's super fresh. So I think you have to cut them some slack for not making it last week, but obviously it just feels better if you did. And it in some sense, maybe it might feel better to not make it rather than making it and then having a terrible final, but just knowing that you have the consistency and you have the skill to make it through these group stages time and time again is going to be a nice confidence booster. And it's going to relax everybody on the squad a bit, right? Because then you at least realize, all right, we might be a new team. Things might not be perfect, But at least we're so much better than a lot of these other teams that were consistently making it through the groups. And I think that's the minimum standard that everybody would want to achieve. And it will go a long way in kind of solidifying you and letting you breathe a little bit more easily.
Well, look, you said a couple of words there, and there's one team that comes to light. And the consistency, the calm, collective, and all those jazz that sort of mix in. I've got to be up front. We've got to talk about any trolls in chat, right? Last or the early part of this year, PEC, obviously spring, there's a lot of chaos, especially when we look at the Masterlet, the Fuzzface combination when it comes around to sort of communication methodology. It didn't quite work out for them. They got through, right? We saw them obviously the year before also doing the same. Last week though, I've got to eat my hat, mate, because it clearly worked out. We saw some pushes. They should have won some games they should have done, especially on Tago. And I expected them to, they got a knock on a BRDM, so they were looking to try and make a play to a BRDM. And when I actually, after went back and rewatched the VOD, it wasn't about the BRDM, it was about the position. So this team is clearly kind of maturing, should we say, and maybe relaxing when it comes down to communication, maybe. But actually a team which I expect to be very strong over the 5 weeks, and a team that should be coming back time after time.
It's just a massive experienced team, right? All these guys, they might not be, I mean, Fuzzface might be the oldest one on the roster, but even Duffy and Marshallek have been at this level of PUBG for so long, right? Getting into these closed qualifiers, the group stages, the playoffs. They've seen 17 different names for a group stage go through all of these EU, EMEA stages. They have been around and they know the game inside out. They know the maps inside out. They have fragging potential as well. I wouldn't say that they're one of the most cracked teams in this pool, at least, but they have a ton of experience. And if you're watching a Fuzzface, if you're watching Team Sweden, if you're watching, I don't know, a Team Liquid today in PGS, right? Purdy is pretty old, and sometimes you can tell, but his experience and his knowledge brings them a long way, and it's not much different for an ATC. Yeah,
that's what I say. When you go back to those VOD reviews and you watch back the stream, watch back the POVs, because a lot of these players do sort of also stream. So again, go support the players, go give them a subscribe, depending on what platform you're on, because you do get a real good insight. And when you listen to their games and how they're moving, especially in that Tago, really stood out to me. It was the right play. They were looking to close the game out and get the win. Now, 36 points, would you expect it more? Potentially, but from what the cards they got dealt, I think they delivered a very, very good game. I want to talk about some good games, and I'll talk about some teams actually on the other side of things, which especially the early part of this year, Koho, I was looking at the kind of the org. I want to talk about Aurora Gaming, looked at the lineup, and I was like, actually, this is a strong team. On paper, you'd expect these guys to be going through. The first half of the year didn't really work out. They kind of disappeared into the mist. Now they're coming back because they're having to qualify through on this format on the cups. They didn't make it last week, another team that didn't get through, but they are another team that are entering in. Wasn't the strongest performance on Wednesday, but again, on paper, this is a strong team. You'd be expecting higher games, more aggression coming out of them.
Again, it's one of those teams where they've been around, right? Mogora, Arctic Silurians, they've been around for a long time. They have a lot of experience, and there's always a few of those CIS rosters knocking about. They're always like kind of under the radar a little bit, but consistent and have these pop-up performances. They're one of them. On a really good day, they can win one of these cups, and then next week you might not even see them qualify. So there's a lot of teams, I think, on a very similar level where they haven't quite found everything. They haven't quite found the consistency to always be at the top, but they do have the potential. And I think that's something for me is a typical Arctics thing. I feel like he struggled really hard to find the consistency, but he has also found a ton of success in different moments of his PUBG career.
Yeah, it's kind of this highlight match. And Sunflower comes to mind for me. It's like he can be backed into a corner and do a pop off and put teams down and come out, but it's just not that level of consistency that we see, and it's not like they've got the experience. Anyway, just to remind you guys, obviously, for those that may have just jumped in, obviously this is week number 2 at the Cups, though. These teams have qualified that we're talking about, and we're looking to obviously secure some points. We have 5 games for you, though, and we will be kicking things off on a Rankle and finishing off a Rankle, but the wildcard maps, though, in the middle are going to be interesting. As I said before, I'm a bit gutted we only get one Miramar, because a lot of these teams and players actually prefer a Miramar because it has the different type of trend that they can play around, and it has the space that they can. Do you think this will have a big impact to some of these aggressive teams here, or will they be preferring, I suppose, it's a Wrangle and new destructive terrain that they can kind of go out and frag?
I think it's super interesting. I think it kind of came out of nowhere for a lot of players, viewers, and everyone. Nobody really thought we would ever shift Miramar to this wildcard map hierarchy, but it's interesting. It switches things up. A lot of teams, just as an example, will have callouts for almost all of the compounds on Erangel and for almost all of the compounds on Miramar, and they might not have a single compound callout on Rondo because the map's still new, right? Even if you've been playing it for years.
Kind of.
It's not the same playing a map for 8 years than it is playing it for 2. And switching that out a little bit, shifting more into Tago tonight. We're not going to be seeing double Tago in a lot of tournaments we do. It switches things up a little bit. It's variety. I think, especially with the land ratio changes, I would have loved to keep seeing Miramar and more Miramar because it changes very significantly. Maybe even changes more than Tago ever could. But I'm completely fine. And I think every team at this level needs to be completely fine with playing less Miramar.
Well, we might not be able to play less Miramar now, but we can get things kicked off. As you said, it is PEC Fall Cup, week number 2. I'm Mark Power, joined by the amazing Koho, and it is match number 1 of 5. Flight path, though, is going to be a northeast down to a southwest, and like last week, pretty fair flight path, Koho.
It's a solid one. It's one that should surprise nobody. It's one that should open things up. We can already see Menace full committing for one esports card. They want to go North George here by the look of things. The Ferry Pier Primorsk area, a tiny bit contested, but should be all good for Aurora going into Prim. And then Bosch, Big John,
For Bosch.
going for Quarry and God Compound. They have to be careful here, Mark. If you've been watching a lot of PGS, a lot of the top teams really love early aggression and punishing solos early. Bosch's mighty split here around an Aurora team, or I should say inside an Aurora team that knows their positions well and has a good tab on them.
One thing we need to be also wary about, and if you have been watching PGS and the Cups, is that obviously the update towards how the zone works and the, I suppose, where we had those hard shifts away where it had to go back to playable. It's not the case. Zone goes quite early, but it goes across to the east. A lot of these teams, as we say, like Bosch, have to get shifting because they're down in the southwest corner. They've got a long rotation, but we've got a hell of a lot of water in play.
Yep. And once again, this is a similar discussion, right, about Miramar. Teams are just more familiar with Erangel circles than they would be with other maps, so everybody knows this inside out. Not what you want to see from the Gravediggers. They didn't have a ton of vehicles. Remember, they 4-man jumped for vehicles at the start. Now they have even less. They got to find a new home. They got to find a place to go. And Menace has firmly beat him to the punch here in North George.
Yeah, it's beat him to the punch. He's taking the cars, and then they got to get moving. Again, that's for me a team not unknown, like names known, but I suppose not as consistent in the circuit, especially coming from sort of a regional qualifiers through to sort of a higher tier. But I was really surprised by actually their performance and actually how well they've done. They went for the qualifiers, day 1, day 2, pretty much top. And then they came into kind of day 3. Now, obviously every day that we go past Koho, it does get tougher. Why? Because we're getting the best teams. The cream rises to the top, right?
Yeah.
But they're a team I'm looking at here actually going, do you know what? Like, you've got what it potentially can take. Let's see what you can do.
Construction workers, absolute start to forget for them. They joined into the lobby with only 3 players up. They have already lost 1 more, so very much starting on the back foot. And again, right, you talked about less familiar teams. Construction workers, they should be very familiar to anybody who's been watching EMEA PUBG, and at least half of that roster if you've been watching global PUBG as well. So a team that you definitely have expectations for, but expectations also mean pressure, right? It's a team that we want to see perform. It's a team that we expect to see perform. And they've already missed out on week 1.
Oh yeah, we see this a lot. I think pressure comes into it, and kind of that mindset when it comes at this sort of high level, because we know there's 2 qualifying circuits that someone can get qualified through, and this is one of them. And for some of these teams, it could be the last chance to actually have a run at the main circuit. Zemlo kicking things up, Jogo Benito obviously kicking things on, and holy hand grenade! A Kobe Pami goes down, and a punishing blow. Last week, Cristani got every first kill. It's not the case here, but Jogo Benito, they're fighting with full force.
And I think if you haven't watched them ever before, I think this is a pretty good understanding of what they do, and it should give you a bit of a taste of how they run their games. They lose the first member, right? They get the first one flushed, and still, they're just charging on it. They're just sending it in, no problem at all. Running it down, full aggression. Pami is still knocked in the background, does not even get flushed on out. They haven't wasted that time, I should say. They just want to push the aggression.
It's a level of aggression which a lot of teams can't deal with. They've got a ridge line. It's quite difficult to sort of breach over. Pam obviously be getting some information to them. Dino is sitting here, Panzer in hand. So they have backed up. Smoke is blooming. So for Jogo Benito at the moment, they can just sit tight. They can wait for this kind of to dissipate before making their play. But at the moment, they are surrounding like sharks in blood-infested waters.
Big slowdown. One of the biggest challenges for players ever since the TPP switch has been just slowing down the pace a lot. Pumping the brakes. But you see that minimap, you see Slaven in the background, making the ramp, making the approach. It's a good flank. It's a good push. But if he walks into that extended player, and that player is sitting still, that might not even work out. Dino, though, loses his patience. Realizes Rickeltai has to be there. Maybe even a spot from Cristani comes out. But he finally gets his.
Kilner, though, if he stands up, takes a shot, he's going to get shot in the back. I don't think he's got to make the team one. There you go. Slaven, though, does get the opportunity, though, to put him down to 9 HP. Oh, Justice, though, from a distance, though, on the south side, able to find an opening, but Cristani does get that kill confirmed. So point does go for Jogo Benito. Information has now been gained that actually there is a third party. No reason, really, for, I suppose, TMO to play in, because they got a knock. Can they get the flush? No. They've done the damage. Actually, they need to look to migration east.
Yeah. What you get if you go for these early fights. Third parties often swarming. Swarming so much sometimes that players already have to be aware of it. A lot of the times if you're watching POVs, they'll say, okay, we can look what we get, but be careful. Somebody else might be doing just the same thing. Exist, I think he's basically not used his movement keys for quite a while, because even though Slaven threw an 8 in there, it doesn't look like Jogo Benito is 100% sure about where he is, or is 100% sure that they want to converge on it. But maybe they're also confident to a point where they're saying, okay, I mean, as a duo, that's good enough. We're okay to take it.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, breeds into their style of gameplay. Shots will come through. Now, Pufax is back in, actually. I was going to say, in the sub-roster for them. Good to see him. He was a real driving force for this team on Wednesday. I think that level of experience, obviously, he did walk away with TwitchCon as the winner on that duo tournament. T-Bone does get a confirmation for Big John, so that's a point on the board for them. So, again, early points. Really, you come back to your point, obviously, with TPP and the change. Some of these fights do slow down. But once they get going, especially on migrating, for me, these teams on transition, that's where we see a lot of action. And that's where I suppose the opportunity comes from these teams. Actually, we can pick up some points here because we can expose teams when they're fully rotating past us.
Sure. For sure. Kolya, the big addition to the experienced squad. He and Marses, for sure, the young fraggers on this roster, with T-Bone and Michael are more of the experienced players. They got a lot to learn, they got a lot to prove, but they do have a lot of potential.
Especially from the young gunners learning. And like, for me, like, Kolyan, like, he proved a lot last week. Actually, he does have what it takes to be here. So definitely a player to watch, see where he stays, see what team he lands up on. Or if we get a Big John like pick up Definitely a player that, I suppose, for the second half of this year, as it comes down towards a close, a player and a team that you should be keeping an eye on.
A lot of guys you should be keeping an eye on if you manage to have the time. A lot of potential in this lobby. A lot of guys with potential, a lot of guys with excitement around them, and a lot of guys that will show it, and a lot of guys that won't. Just the reality of the game that we're all in. ADC lose one. Not what they would have wanted. And when we saw how much pressure Spox was under coming out of that parachute, but at the end they will lick their wounds, they will disengage, and they will try to move somewhere else.
Oh, they do need to move. The zone has shifted, so we do give up a hell of a lot of water for phase 2. We go back actually really aggressively towards the southwest, so farm still remains in. Aurora Gaming has a lot of control there. Copy and paste obviously has been taken by them. Moving to shelter, obviously we've got Pufux and the guys, and actually there's not as many teams in that southwest corner. Everyone else is kind of either centralized up, or we see these teams having to migrate back from the east. My biggest concern is the northwest. Obviously, Big John has to rotate in. We've seen Jogger Benito be aggressive. If they catch that team coming in, that'd be interesting. And obviously, for me, Dig, they also come in, a big team as well on that northwest side. They've got so much space that they could potentially set up shop and wait for these teams to come in. So, interesting zone for me, especially the aggressive shift back to the west.
Yeah. I could stare at map streams all day. I was just looking at all the teams, thinking about...
That's the coach in you, mate. That is the coach in you. You love it.
It's the nerd in me. I just... In these early games, right, we see fights, we see aggression, Jogger Bonito just rolling over a team, for example, right? But there's so much going on behind the scenes that might seem like it's nothing to you and might seem like it's not interesting to you if you're not deeply involved with the strategy and the tactics, and especially if you haven't heard the comms, right? Like, you look at TMO and you're like, why are they grouped up here? Why is Jogger Bonito in the blue? There's so much that they could be doing, and they are doing right now.
Oh my god.
Classic Jogger Bonito stuff. And Dino bangs him out as well, right? Immediate headshot and barely gets out of there.
Castani's there to try and exchange another one. Michael, though, stands up tall. He's going to fall. This is a outside phase 3 brew fight. It's going to do a bit of damage. Not crazy amounts, though. Oops. Obviously, we see the amazing Observer, though, and he's exposed himself just for the fame. Gaxi is a legend, by the way. Zone does shift back over towards that sort of south to east side to be bounced about. Michael does make the charge, and if they can take a blow and take out, obviously, Jogger Bonito, do it now.
Noddy in the parachute as well. He's just come back from the res. I don't think he's anywhere close. If he was, he could give some big information, but that's a double from Slaven. That's going to help this fight tremendously. Down to a 2v1 now. Again, Noddy's still in air. He's not actually a quantity in this fight, but it's still a 2v1, and Michael already whipping out the flashes makes it seem like he doesn't have any lethals yet. That means this is going to be a tough one. Dino going for the angle, going for the flushes maybe. And the more time, the more info Jogger Bonito gets, harder this is gonna get. Dino on the drive-by flush, Slaven out of the smoke.
Oh!
And he does it. Michael could have had a big flush there if he got the knock, but wasn't meant to be.
That's a big boss. They had the upper hand, I'd say, to a degree. Yes, they had an opening knock, they had the high ground, they played a volcano, but you can never count that team out. We need to put them down. There's that zone shift. Obviously, it does come back towards that sort of southeast, and obviously we see Farm now starting to leave. Multa now left. High ground is in that southeast corner. Windside has been set up there. PWD, big brain in our region. ATC, as you mentioned, already lost one. Omolovo looks like he's gone for the recall in, I suppose, out on that east-hand side. He does need to make it back in. And for Marstek, though, he's in a bit of a trench. Just be quite careful that Quinix doesn't play into him.
That's a tough shift for a lot of teams. Tough movement to make. Not an area with an insane amount of hard cover, but I suppose more playable soft cover. That's a big nade. Almost catches Maximus out, but there's a lot of crannies he can hide in. There's a lot of ways he can hold his breath and let aggression come towards him. TMO, they lost just as earlier. No, maybe he has to stand tall as Pufach wants to already get in there, get nading, get aggressive. But he gets sent back.
Do that, baby. Good player. Really good player. Well, they've got the high ground. They can sort of work their way up, but they've got a limited amount of time to expect third party coming in. So knowing he can't kind of make that gauntlet run. He has worked his way back. They are on a split. One player is down. And Justice gets confirmation. It's on dig on the other side, though. So Tekker's going to be out of here for game 1.
8 frags for Jogo Bonito. 8 frags and another res coming through. And I think this just pays tribute to their playstyle, right? They get so aggressive early on, but they get aggressive as early as they can. So they can still do it unpunished. Now they have Noddy in a low ground position there in prison. They have Kristalny trying to come in on the same spot. They might not get the best of end games, but every point they get from this on, it's just bonus, right? An 8-point game is already big. So working out for them in game number 1, and a much nicer start to the game than if you were playing positionally and now got hard shifted out and you have to make a tough rotation with 0 kills in the bag.
Well, Kristalny's lucky there, isn't he? Look at his own shifts back his way. He's kind of been recalled back, and obviously he's able to sort of play into prison. 8 kills, you take it. This is the kind of time we see them sort of tab out. Maybe it might slow them down. They will keep their heads down, but it won't be on the other side. Hero, though, Habibi goes down. Grenade comes through. He does cook as he rolls on through to the other side, but doesn't find a connection. Now has to charge forward, and it gets exposed. TMO, second player down.
Oof, they just got swept aside. That's Unity just denying them any sort of chance at a fight back. Same is true for Jogo Bonito on the other side. The only 2 players left for them are the recalls. But like you said, they've been blessed by a zone. They've been blessed by a successful parachute into the lower ground. They might have a gridlock next to them, Mark, though, that knows, or at least has an inkling, that this could be the same team.
Yeah, this is the thing. Especially they rotated around in the blue just to make sure they were on this sort of north side of prison. Nidix obviously just positioning him. He's going to get some information. They've got to be careful, though. The more they sort of migrate on this north side, they might be exposed. I think for 100 ADR and gridlock, they'll be waiting for this zone to shift away to give up this ridge line, that 100 ADR on, because at the moment they can punish him from here really uncontended. A bit more farming of damage. But I think it's about the next zone. Where does this zone go? And it'd be an eyes on gridlock, eyes on 100 ADR.
And on PGG, just sitting comfortably in the center, but a center that can be approached by all sides, right? A Menace can come down the rocks, and an ADR can try to make a push onto the Wizard, because think about it, yes, it's hard cover that's being held against you, but it's also a 4v2, and as soon as you get more and more information, you try to mount the drive-by into Presenti here on the lower ground, and you have a playable fight at least. So, a lot of ground currently held by PGG. I already see them slightly pulling it back together with Presenti getting in that car, but they have to be really ready.
Yeah, surprisingly he's got that car. He got that for free, realistically, as well. So, well played by him. AT does find Cuttyfelt as get taken out by the MK. Redline is having to go redline at the moment as they lose a bit of momentum as they climb the hill. Zone does shift back, obviously, let's say, towards that side. P90, Ivis, though, unfortunately, he's not going to be a rider for this vehicle anymore. But this is a dangerous rotate for them.
Isers gets knocked for it, though. That was the P90 just laying into the car. You could hear it, but look at that. His team has just been destroyed. As he was firing off into the distance, his team just tapping out completely to Algiri Tree. And now the next one on the chocolate block as Aurora comes on in and says, hello, we would like this space, we would like this edge, we would like the kill points. And they take them in style and speed.
Style and speed, and they also take their cars in speed as well. Smoke goes out. Aurora game we spoke about in the pre-show, the podcast, but it's more about actually seeing the momentum, and this team is built on momentum. This is a good start from them. They are outside the zone, so they have to keep that pressure on, so they have to clear the teams around them. The Mission Voice is below. Looks though does find an open. Zico goes down, and for Redline, they've been driving around. Here comes the charge over the top, and it puts AT down. 11th place for them, and Aurora Gaming now on 6 kills.
6 kills with a playable edge as well. They're going to get that raise. They're going to get it back up to 4, and they're likely going to start pushing either into, well, I was going to say red line, but that's no more, into win side, or just into this ADR fight. That's looking tasty as well. Third partying this from the back. I think a lot of teams would say, well, thank you. Let's not worry about anything else anymore. We see on the map, though, we saw on the minimap, there was still one of the Gravediggers just down in the bunkers there, right behind Aurora. That could be an issue somewhere in the future for sure.
when he decides to dig his way back to the surface, he could be problematic. He's going to come out on that sort of south side. And Aurora Gaming thinking they might have cleared this area. They're in the cars migrating away, trying to take that sort of bold, that ridge before they have to commit outside of shelter. The only question I've got though, he's got an Uzi. Oh my god, and Sonic! Good catch observers though. The mortar destroys 180R. Oh my god, the car annihilates him. They tried to go for the res and PUBG had other options.
Unlucky, just like that. Blown off the map. There's a bolt from the top as well. There's PewDiddy saying, well, I want one of these. And Aurora, they have... What's going on? That's a lot of nades committed. They were already committed to nading this out entirely as the team was dying. They wanted to get in.
No.
They picked up the pace. They left Thorax alone here in the back. And that's their P90 and their anchor gone. They should be able to clean up Ironic here if things don't go terribly awry for them. But this has hampered their chances massively, Mark. This could have been a winning game. And now they're on the back foot.
Yeah, they've lost a player. Yeah, it's so dangerous. You wouldn't expect someone to be there. But again, you've always got to question shelter. Winside, they are on the south side. They move across now to try and take the fight against ATC. Eddie Trolls in chat has bodies back up. So they're back to a 4. That recall did happen. Quinix does get Doffy's down with the grenade, though, over the top. Master down to 9 HP. So he's going to have to use the smoke wisely to lose another body.
Big step up, though. Step up, taking down the push, slowing down the push as well. Going to be able to reset this one a little bit. The blue zone's a little short. Flashes will buy some time. Once again, look at the minimap. Look at Menace coming in from the other side. It's not just Marsic that has to step up, it's also Bobby though.
Poblano does step up though. He gets the first open knock, but he's traded out. Here comes more of the grenades. Marsic though is literally laying in his own grave. He tries to step and put him down. Quinix though exchanges with the M249. And for any trolls in chat, they got up. They got the additional placement point, but it's not a huge gain for them when it comes down to the kills.
Sonic just got another double, Salik. By the way. Another double.
Down, geez.
2 in one game. A lot of guys I've been watching the Esports World Cup and have seen that mortars are pretty good. They knew before, but damn, that was a show of brilliance. And just like that, they've swept aside a lot of these pushes that could have come their way, Mark, and they've just disarmed them completely, not really having to waste anything, not really having to take any aggression. This is big.
He's disarmed the whole of that west side. The whole of the west side. Aurora Gaming obviously had a blow from the dig-in, should we say, out of shelter. But from Aurora Gaming playing in, we obviously 100 ADR who had to play across. They knew that actually if they get rid of the west, that would give them really, really nice side. The only bad side PGG need to do now is they have to climb the hillside. They have to find a way down towards the south.
Should be, when they have the kill feed, they know what's going on. Should be really, really possible, right? They know there's a big team on this prison edge right next to them, but they know that they've really weakened, extremely weakened the shelter team, and they know that every team around the shelter team has died as well. So that push up the hillside on the western side should essentially be a 3v1. Yes, maybe some third parties coming in from range, but this should be doable for PGG, and I still think with everybody else on the east, they're one of the favorites to win this one.
Yeah, a team which always struggled with momentum, especially early on. They've always been this kind of game 4, game 5 team, and they find a qualifying routine somehow. But this is a great start for them. Big kills already. They're up to 7. They've got some placement points. We're in a top 6 scenario, and everyone's now just waiting for this next zone to pop.
Yeah. We're going to go into a classic slowdown after immense carnage, fueled by the mortars, maybe. Just a lot of deaths in phase 1, and then a lot of deaths around that phase 4, phase 5, means we get a bit of a slower phase 6, and we'll likely get a pretty slow phase 7 as well. If this doesn't just hard shift west, we're going to get a pretty slow one, and look at Joga Bonito, by the way. The 2 reses still sitting pretty, and yeah, there's the western shift. There's literally nobody in the circle anymore. Menace, yeah, they have Maximus there, but he's got to worry for his life because everybody on that eastern side wants to get the terrain that he's playing.
Welcome to the Cups, Koho. It's good to have you back, mate. You called the West, PUBG delivered. But you're right, so many teams are now outside, and this area is so exposed. There's a couple of plateaus that obviously teams can play on. We'll see some people play on the north side or on the south side of it, but fundamentally, when you get to the plateau, you are fully exposed. I'm concerned. Jogger Benito obviously had the recalls you mentioned before. They've got to climb their way out of prison. They've got to find an escape route here. But teams on the south side have the high ground, and you've got Gridlock already knowing potentially a high chance there's a team in there. They are just going to try and hold them out.
For a lot of teams, this also just means we're point maxing. If you're a win side, for example, your game has just gotten a whole lot harder with that shift. I say that at the same time, almost every shift would have been hard for them. But if you can't play for the control on the east here, then you are just trying to maybe kill one more team, right? Get one more placement, get yourself a few kills. Maybe you outlive another team at the same time, and suddenly your game is pretty good. Crystality getting up here is almost criminal. He could be disaster for Menace.
I think he's working out exactly. He's coming in the middle of the
They
split.
might not even
He's
know.
on the outside edge. Yeah, I don't know. I think he's trying to work out the footsteps now. He can hear obviously someone now towards his sort of south side, higher up, should we say, as he looks back that way. He was cautious though, because he was about to take an overstep. He was about to find himself in the middle of Menace, but actually shows the level of experience this player has. He's able to put a pause. Menace open things up. Needix goes down. They're going to be tunnel visioned in now as they look to try and charge. Where does Jogger Benito and when does Jogger Benito get involved?
Unida finds a big one. That's disaster now for Menace, because now they're truly in the pinch and they don't even know it yet. They're surrounded from all three sides. Sun is charging up. No time wasted. He was a little too far though. Big one for Pearl. And that is big for Menace. Once again, that's 3 points right there and then. And that's points they desperately needed, because their game could have just fallen apart right down there.
Yeah, not enough for them. They actually had players further back, so Cristani could have come back on the edge and, I suppose, destroyed their game style. They are down. We're in the top 4 now. Gridlock obviously has lost one as they now try and climb that south side as they climb up the mountain. Menace though, no helmet here. Has to try and hold. Maximus in a good spot as well, but they have to be careful. The amount of time they waste, they burn in this fight, means that PGG, who already have swept from the northeast corner down to the southwest, as they're clearing every team in their way.
Yeah, just doing what needs to be done to contend for the win as the rest of the lobby tears each other apart. Gridlock barely gets to stand. It wasn't looking pretty for them, but a bit of a save comes in, and then again, Winside, right? Point maxing to a T, making sure they grab one, they grab two, they go back, they survive, grab a few placements on the way. If they step up massively, they could be winning this. Quintex, imagine if he hits just a headshot there, that could have already sealed the deal, but now PewDiePie knocked from the other side, spells trouble. And as Silas picks up the rest of Menace, things are looking tough for Winside on the top.
Quinix are going backwards and forwards. He seems unsettled as to which fight he wants to take. He's been called to get that res back on. PWD, though, he's just on the outside edge of that smoke. Might be enough. Those shots initially towards PGG will slow things down. Are they going to get another placement point out here? Potentially, but they've got to fight on both fronts at the moment.
They might have a breather. 45 seconds here. Quintex will slow this down. Gridlock.
6 kills. Wow.
Gridlock's not looking... Yeah. Gridlock's not looking super comfortable either. They gotta move somewhere. They gotta take some more ground. And if you're just gonna play with smokes now, that's not super sustainable either. They would really love some hard cover. And yeah, I mean, the 6 kills, but 4 of them with a mortar is the crazier thing, right?
Yeah. Like, obviously, for me, Gridlock should continue to apply that pressure towards Winside. Difficult. They've allowed that res, so they now know it's going to be a little bit more difficult. I like this train. I like this ending. It's got this kind of curved effect towards that mountain side. So obviously a little peak over the top, but not too much. Quinix has to lay low. The smoke obviously has bloom, so it gives him life for the moment. But it is life that has a limited amount of time. Phase number 9. Everyone has to go to the dot, but everyone here, Koho, is sitting on the outside edge.
There's nothing to play in the middle, but that's usually good for teams that have the numbers, teams that have the util. PewDiePie finds one, or Quintex from the other side actually did find it. And now PewDiePie can charge this one down, and just like that, things are not looking pretty for Gridlock, but Quintex found on the other side of things means that PewDiePie is all by his lonesome, getting tagged down by the blue, getting tagged down by Subila, and he does go down. The second place secured for Silas, but he has to do the unthinkable here, Mark. He wants to come away
does. He's in the smoke. The spray went towards the tree. Didn't quite get something. Silence was sitting out in the middle of the smoke. He did move now towards the tree, but it is a 3 versus 1. There is ammo, but there's only one player left. Sabila has to spray again. Silencer trying to continue the unthinkable. He refuses to go down, but the time has ticked out. 10 kills from PGG. It's a 20-point game, and for a team that doesn't always start things off on the right foot, they're looking good here for match number 1.
Looking fantastic. I think for me they were the favorite coming into this tournament, and they have shown to everybody now why they are. They played that super clean mark. I mean, the mortars were the highlights, right? But the positional control, bouncing aggression back and forwards, managing resources, we saw them going for some cars when they could, picking up kills when they could, slowing things down a lot when they had to as well. Realizing of what we talked about, where we see the whole map feed, we see where everybody is, we see that the Western sweep is the good one. Of course, they go for the Western sweep, and it allows them to get away with the win here. Banger start to the tournament.
Yeah, and let's not take anything away, actually, how they ended things out in the mortars. Their position was pretty tough. That sort of west side of prison, that sort of the tower and that flat plateau is difficult to keep cars activated. We saw them go for them as well. But surprised me, no teams really crashed in, so they spread out pretty well. Great caps from the observers, obviously being able to show us not just 1, but 2 of the Salik outstanding mortar fire. But I think they were given a lot of space. They were able to kind of flex out to a degree because no one applied pressure earlier.
I think I kind of missed it because they did lose a player at some point. So I assume there was some aggression. Maybe it was ADR and maybe it was Gridlock coming in. I would assume that it was ADR from the north that maybe cost them a player, but at the same time feeds them 2 or 3 kills, right? So that's a trade you do take. And it never really hampered their ability to control the space. There was never a contender that overpowered them and pushed them out of their position, right? So they were always just in control and calm and collected with a lot of ground to be playing from. So they were, I think, to almost all points of the game from phase 4, phase 5 onwards, they were the favorite to win, and they closed it out.
Yeah, they had that position. I'm with you. Here comes the scoreboard, or the overall scoreboard, and the match scoreboard. But why? Because it's match number 1. 20 points, though, round things out for PGG. And a good start, as I said before. It's a team sometimes that performs on that game 4, that game 5, when the pressure is being applied. But it's nice to see them, and dangerously, actually, for them to, I suppose, convert so many points early. Winside will find second, but they are drawn up here, though, because Menace, Winside, and Jogo Benito all with 11. And Jogo Benito, surprise, surprise, got some placement points, Koa.
Yeah, in a crazy fashion as well, right? With the reses flying into prison, it's probably one of the best spots to land up in or end up in as a res, because you have so much low ground and nobody really wants to go looking for you because they all would have to give up the high ground. And they're also lucky in the sense that I think Gridlock knew about them. Gridlock was the team that moved on, and the team next to them, Menace, had no clue what was coming their way. So they got in a little deeper than they otherwise might have. With a bit of luck, they walk away with maybe 2 more kills and a placement here, and then suddenly they're in second place for this game, right? So that off angle, that anchor from Menace closes the game out for them, but just a little bit of luck and they would have had an absolute banger.
Well, with a bit of luck after 5 games, so Gridlock got 8 points, and Needix apologised, and this week came back and got an amazing 10. So that's all done in game number 1. So they've clearly gone away, and they have thought about it. One of our wrangles done. We do have one to close out, though, but we will be transitioning to the Dusty Dunes of Miramar. So again, some teams prefer this one. I can hold my hands up. I am a player that prefers the Miramar, especially out of all the esports circuit maps. Be good to see some of these other names sort of reset and readjust, because Miramar has a lot to offer.
Oh, for sure. Super interesting map. Lots of information, right? Lots of really long sidelines, and lots of very new zones now, with the land ratio being out of the picture for the greater majority of the game. It's super interesting to see how the map evolves and how the map changes, and everybody is trying to adapt on the fly still. There's been very significant changes. The secret rooms as well, right? They changed a lot of the landscape up, and all the terrain changes, all this kind of stuff is unfolding while we have a map with an insane amount of land ratio, an insane amount of unplayable before, and now being very freed up and spun around. So super interesting map. I'm excited to see it.
Let's just recap a little bit again on that game number one, because you talk about sort of train changes. We didn't see too much when it comes down to people digging holes and sort of hunkering in a little bit in the middle. But I do want to talk about that west side, because Aurora Gaming did come in really well. They came strong. Shelter was a problem, a little snake in the grass, someone digging, coming out of the, I suppose, the dwarf of the shelter, the cave. That was really the first sort of domino effect for them. That was pushed over. They weren't able to sort of come out from there. Salik was a blow. If it wasn't for that one player, Aurora Gaming, I think, would have been a strong contender, especially working for a potential top 1, top 2, maybe even top 3.
Yeah, for sure. And it's probably the first time Ironic has ever been called a dwarf. That guy is like 2 meters tall, but he is Dutch.
Where he came from.
He is Dutch after all. You know, he's got those Ibiza genes. But yeah. For sure would have been a strong contender, but at the same time we saw a win side on the south that shouldn't have been a strong contender, but they picked up a bunch of points as a duo. Pew did it there, going a bit crazy. Quintex from the other side, they cleaned up a lot of kills, they traded out a bit of menace, they picked up more onto Gridlock. They did a whole lot of work this game.
Yeah, you're right, and then there's additional points. The thing for me, Gridlock, obviously they got more points than they did last week, but there was still it felt like, especially looking down and casting, yes, we've got all the information, there was a second guess of the push. They didn't apply pressure towards Windside despite getting the knock. They disengaged, and that concerns me a little bit. They're working their way around the rotation, early rotation around prison, really, really good. Their position was good, but it feels like they're not willing to put the W key down and push teams out of zones that they want. As a result, obviously, they lost another 2, didn't lose any placements, luck enough for them. But I'm concerned. We've got 4 more maps up on the line. They've got to kind of go, hey, do you know what? This is us. We are going to want to play our game. We don't want to let people play into us.
There's a lot of teams, right, that have to just write this one off and have to try and figure out a switch, have to try and figure out a way into this tournament. Obviously, everybody that's gotten to this point realizes and knows, well, it's just one game. Things can go wrong one game. We just got to bounce back. We just got to get into it. And they are about to get into it. I think the players are loading in to Miramar right now. And I think it's something that's been, we have talked to death, right? Is that you have to shake these off. And a lot of teams went out with really disappointing games. This was a very top-heavy game. We saw a ton of teams with 10 plus points, right? It was 3 on 11 there. That means there's not a whole lot left for the rest of the lobby. There was a lot of 0s and 1s towards the bottom of that scoreboard, and all of them have to come back, and all of them have to find a way into the night, into the tournament, and have to find a way to get rolling.
No, you're right, and it is, you got to remember, this is the end of this week 2 circuit. They've already done the hard work, you'd argue. They've already done all the blood, sweat and tears coming through for a Monday. But if you've got what you think you can take to get involved, you can do. This is open. You can sign up, though. We can make sure there is a link in chat, and you keep an eye on the QR code that does appear on our screen. You sign up, you get your team involved, and you try and compete and work your way through to this Saturday. And if you do, like these teams, you have 5 games in which you can put points on the board, which will be guaranteed to go on towards the overall leaderboard. And if you find yourself, as Koa said earlier, at the top of that leaderboard, you find yourself in the regional qualifiers and maybe a chance to go to PUBG. So I'm interested. I want to go back to my point earlier on that there are only 6 teams that have come back, so 10 new teams have entered in. That will have a big impact to the overall leaderboard. And actually, some teams had a really good week last week. Actually, some of these teams that have come in fresh today might even insert themselves really high up that leaderboard. For sure.
And that's the good thing as well, right? There will always be teams that don't make it, and there will always be opportunities for you to dominate, for you to climb that leaderboard. And we say at the top, you've got to be in the top 16. That's pretty doable. That's pretty achievable. That's not a top 4 kind of situation. You play a couple of decent cups. We've seen teams qualify with 2 or 3 cups played only, right? So there is a world where you start grinding from the next week and you have 0 points after this one, and you can easily qualify still. So it's super doable. It's so many chances for everybody involved. And again, I would not be surprised to see teams that play these first 2 weeks not qualify in the end, because other teams that join us later on are just performing better in these finals.
Yeah, and they've obviously got the ability to kind of VOD review and see what's happened as well for these teams that are consistently coming back. You get a telltale sign. Everyone knows Jogo Benito is going to push right. Plus, as well, we've got on the other side of the coin, the wild cards map week 4 and week 5. If you win the Saturday, if you win the cup, so week cup 4 and week cup 5, you automatically go to week number 1. Sure. Of PEC. So yes, there'll be some teams that'll be higher up the leaderboard card, but there is a chance, there is a wild card that you and your mates sign up, you get through and you top the leaderboard and you go straight through to the regional qualifiers as arguably an unknown entity.
100%. And as the wildcard team that nobody's going to pay too much attention to, and nobody's going to work too hard to understand how you're playing and what you're doing, and that can be big. But I think the even bigger part is you're kind of going in. If you're not a partner team, you're either going in with a lot of confidence from these cups, or you're going in with not a lot to lose, because nobody's really expecting you to do all that much, right? It's really tough to compete against regional and global partner teams, so nobody really expects you to, and you don't really have to put too much pressure on yourself either, and that can be super relieving and super freeing.
And the last bit of statement is the hardest bit to do, and it just reminds me of PGS and Nemesis, I suppose, and arguably an unknown entity to a degree, because as players are known. I feel like they're applying pressure to themselves that they shouldn't be, but that's another conversation. That's another event. That is where these teams want to get to at the end of the day. But for now, it is match 2 of 5, so we are a south towards a north. We don't leave that D grid. So again, another fair flight path for these teams.
And another 63-player lobby. So the construction workers have not gotten Fex back. He might be just not here for the night. He might have whatever issues that keep him from playing. And they're gonna regret that. They're gonna suffer the consequences here a little bit. This would have been an absolute banger circle, and starting it on the back foot. Maybe not as much as last time, because they did lose Norcas in phase 1 last time, and they had to play as a 2-man. But even as a 3-man, that really stings. That makes things quite uncomfortable when you're looking at only 5 games and you have to make your mark on the scoreboard. But again, I think they are very, very experienced players, and they will definitely make the best out of a rough hand.
Yeah, they've got to move quickly, right, and not be exposed like they were. They are only 5 games, and for those that are joining, and it is their first week, they didn't make week number 1 either. So, let's see what they can do. Interesting. The Welsh Dragon might be out slaying people, but they have an experience. Nox, Payne's, VAR, they're pretty close. They just need to make sure that teams be looking, obviously, when you load in. Oh, God, Cristani's got back to his normal ethics of getting the first kill. But teams be looking at construction workers, understanding where they drop and go, actually, if they're only a 3, if we can overload them early on, it might be an easy point, maybe 2. But they've got to have a bit of confidence to push those 3 players.
Yeah, but it's real, and it's legit. If you know where there's a 3-man on the map, and you know where they loot, you can always try and punish. Sometimes you forget about how much impact it has to just be 1 player down. It's a massive impact. It's only 25% of the team, but it's 25% of the team not working for information, not collecting loot, not collecting vehicles, not taking space on the map, right? It's a massive change. It's a massive problem. And right now we see TMO trying to do the same thing to ATC. Duffy lines one up, takes him down for free. Only 1 bullet coming back, but Aris has a flash in the chamber. Is he going to wait for a teammate? He takes a ton of damage there. And Duffy gets away for now, gets to slow it down. There might be support coming in sometime soon.
I love that they didn't over peak either. He knows he's not going to get the flash. He has sort of jumped out though. The car is rolling. Away from him. That's actually blocked his shots for Duffy. Now he has to go for that left peak though, but he gets to better yet again. It is a shotgun. He has to keep him at distance, and he needs the reinforcements.
Molly's actually going to slow TMO down. They might regret that one a little bit. Now Panzerfaust for Carlo. I'm not sure where he's going to send it in
the window.
It'd be crazy if he hits anything with it. He can support to some extent now for Duffy. It's almost more mental support than it is physical. Habibi still healing up. Might not have meds. I'm not sure what's going on there. Maybe he also took another headshot in the meantime. This was an easy, quick, fast clear for TMO. That's just gotten mighty awkward.
It has, but I like that Duffy's put himself in that position to try and get the cover and fire. Doesn't quite work out. Martha, though, does find a BB, so as he tries to work through. Maybe he didn't have the meds that were required, but for any trolls in chat, it's another game where they're losing body early. But we see this from the Cups. Early aggression. Vard's really down. We spoke about the push on the construction workers. That's happened. Cristani's got a kill. And TMO looking for early points from ATC.
Well done. Well done by TMO. Realizing immediately that this was a fight they had to take and a player they had to execute on the outside of the building, even though there was an anchor, right? They knew that Carlo was on that hill, but they still went for it. They still went for the clear. Habibi on the other side bleeding out was tough. That really stings, because they would have loved to keep the numbers up. Even if it's a low HP player, that's still a player that ATC has to worry about. Now, it's equal numbers, and it's an ATC that is massively split around you, that can pop your tires, can get very destructive. But as I say that, they are almost committing in. Bobby Lovo is going in there, and they want to aggression here. I'm not sure how well that's going to work, but it's the other side of things. This is Norkis fending off against the Digger.
Yeah, he's by himself. Shotgun 2! Oh my god, he just needs to try and trade out. He's been flashed and he goes down. The reinforcements he would have loved to have had at the time, but it's not going to be the case. They've lost 2. They're down to their solo, and unfortunately, though, for the construction workers, they cannot lay the foundation to get points on the board.
That's exactly what we talked about, right? Imagine if Vex was here, he wouldn't have had to do a whole lot. He would have just needed to exist, and this would have been a wipe. And this would have been points on the board for the construction workers. But again, it's so tough to be playing out in limited numbers. And now Paints is the last one up. He's already sent it to the middle. Tried to get a sneaky position for himself. Salvage any point they can get. Anything they can get is good enough for him at this point. This is the other fight, though. And that's not stopping anytime soon.
No, it's not. I like Bomberova, Tadziki, and Masterlek obviously further up the hill. Downside to it, though, he doesn't have the reinforcements. So like we've just seen a second ago, he is one person now pushing the compound. Colin needs to come down, Master needs to come down. The only advantage they've got is Master's feeding information. Colin's feeding information. But if he gets knocked, it's them down to 2.
Quick pick up for Snapback. Sugar Bonito paying the price of early aggression. Bombilovo. He was getting that flashbang out, but it looks like he did not do anything with it. So Justus gets to stick around, gets to be the unknown quantity with a shotgun. Carlo is going to have a really tough time supporting anything at all here from his angle. But on the other side, Marcelik is quite annoying to deal with, right? He makes all of the crosses through the compound. Mighty awkward. He makes a push towards Bombilovo so much harder. And not an easy fight to dissolve for either of the teams. Pushing is quite tough. And I think that was Justus maybe taking a bullet, or at least a shot towards him, so that should be his position known. A fight that both teams are losing here, it's fair to say.
Is there a world that Bomberova can get the blue chip and get back on the car to sit on the outside and deny TMO the opportunity? I think that time might have already expelled, to be honest, and I think he needs to be creative. I like he's sitting on top of the shield, so there's a difference of height. There he's working his way down, trying to figure out if there's a player there. There'd be a big question mark at the end, and a lot of angles. Bomberova open things up, though. Shotgun as Justice just sends W key down. See you later. Any trolls in chat, they've got to disengage now and fight as a do.
I love it. I don't know about the disengage. If they have popped tires, if they have popped the vehicles, then they can almost hold this forever, and it becomes extremely hard for TMO to do much about it. But a good clear, a big clear for TMO, realizing we got to do something with this. And despite the pushes being disadvantageous in TPP, they pull it off and clear that member out, get the upper hand. The Gravediggers want to get the reses in, and that is not going to be made easy by the team that lost onto Jogo Bonito again, by the way. That was the first kill again from Kristalny onto Sempi. And they're not trying to put the pain in. They're not trying to make this as awkward as they can, as painful as they can, pick up a few points, but they're also committing into the blue for this. And I feel like we might get another situation where both teams are coming out worse for wear.
Yeah, this is heavy blue fighting, right? The zone obviously shift down towards that south. We now see the secondary shift over towards the east. My concern, though, is so many people are centered down towards the southwest. There's a sea of color there. And then we've got not just one, but multiple fights happening out on the blue. This is the cup. This is the aggression. You've got to continue. As I said, it's the last stop for this week. So for me, the only advantage these points is to get points on the board. But you surely want to try and come out of a game with a lot more than 1, 2, or 3.
Yeah, it's not the average that you can be aiming for. It's not an acceptable margin, but again, it gets so tough. Once you're stuck into some of these fights, once you're stuck into a TPP standoff, it becomes increasingly hard. On the leaderboard, we see ATC now taking a bit of damage. TMO as well at the same time, but there is a knock, and it has been railed out. So that's Carlo gone. Oh, that's a lot of damage. That's a good gun to be spraying vehicles from a distance. Alright, down to just a sliver of HP. Any bullet landing would do the job at this point. But the car's still intact and he's still creating distance. He might just get away with it.
Gets away with it. Spicy actually sort of turned around. He had the spray on that car. So well done. Cumberland's going to be getting that res back on. So Semp's going to be going back to a 4. We've got a couple of points now to prove it. Aries does fine things. Mustard goes down. Any trolls in chat? First team out here. 16th place for them. And as you say, both teams really losing out as TMO, they've got a huge migration now to come down from that north side, down towards that Impala, down towards that Los Leones. Maybe they've got an emergency pickup.
Lost Vaso as well. I highly doubt that they have an EP at this point because all they did was loot a little bit and then crash the compound, right? They wanted to do what we see a lot of top teams do, which is this early aggression, clear out a solo, be fast with it, but they didn't manage to be fast enough. And that really, really cost them. That cost them half of their team. They could go for reses, sure, but at least you have to close the distance to the zone, and you have to close it fast. And they might not know this, but they have a team in Hacienda and they have a team in Minas. The two teams we saw fighting are now licking their wounds, still in the blue, in between TMO and the zone. So even when they send it down with possibly or likely very limited meds, they might just drive into another team and get absolutely destroyed.
Well, it's about driving into another team. PGG going to be flying in and over another team as Big John sees that kind of emergency pickup in that southwest corner. Michael is going for a little bit of extension, maybe see if he can expose an angle. He's going out in the blue to do that, but I don't think time's going to be quite in his favour. For PGG, our game number 1 winners, this gives them a massive advantage. Yes, we can see everything. Yes, we know that sort of top side is pretty clear, but looking at that, looking at the town, surely they're going to go for some hard cover in Los Leones.
Tough zone for a lot of teams that aren't already in there. Tough zone for a lot of teams that haven't gotten cryo positions. But there's a few that will be cheering, as with every shift in the game. I don't envy the person zooming the map because they have to work on for all these guys deep in the blue. East side of Los Leones is going to cook up, it's going to heat up, it's going to explode. There's only a few exits out of this city, and a lot of teams committed towards it early. I think I said I would really doubt if the TMO had a EP, but they had the reses. They got them fast. You can see they're back to 4 on the leaderboard, and they have 2 players inside Los Leones looting up now, hoping to salvage any more points that they can get.
And talk about salvage, they're going to salvage information. They're going to know there's a lot of teams still sitting in and around. So if they sit on the outside edge, they might stand a chance. It just takes a longer rotation for the rest of these teams to come. Checkers, Panzer, and Confirmation point on the board for them. Gridlock, though, a team that's in, arguably, give or take, centre zone. They're a little bit pushing towards that sort of north side. They've got a compound to hold. They've got to be cautious, though. Any teams wrapping in this top side, this high side, well, it can expose them. So they've got to be quite creative about when do they take those sort of pushes, when do they play out the compound.
Maximus takes a bit of a tumble. You hate to see it. Falling down. Quintin is banged out. Sunflower was one of the players that you highlighted in the earlier segment. One of the highlight players on the squad. And Aurora, they haven't been super active because they haven't had to, right? They've moved themselves into one of the best compounds in the game. They've gotten themselves a BRDM. And now is when we're going to start to see them unfold a little bit. We're going to start to see them flex out a little bit more, get a little bit more of that information, get a little bit more of that aggression towards the rest of the lobby. They are going to take their time with it because they're still just sitting in one of the best spots in the game.
No, and that change as well. We mentioned that BIDM, especially, I suppose, the last 3 months, we've seen a real change of how that's sort of played and used. Not so much more of an aggression, more of a flattening of teams, but arguably a source, a tool to farm information within the TPP circuit, to go behind the ridge, a bit of damage, pop out, get a knock. But again, keep a team and joystick a team in towards that. Timo now working their way in. Zone does shift, but it shifts away from the town. So, yes, Habibi and those who just come back in, but they've got a huge rotation now out from PGG now sitting the outside edge. They've got a lot of teams looking their way.
Oh, that's good shots from Aris. That's a big knock onto Hara. That should not be happening. The Gravediggers just getting destroyed here. Ironic as well. What is that pull-up? How did that work?
Don't know how it worked, but they're getting points. TMO rolling with the punches at the moment. And for Gravediggers, though, they're down towards Deckers, and he is in the thick of it. Semdo go across. He gets a good spray, gets some damage. Doesn't quite get the connection. Goes to the cook. The airburst might be the case, but the spray comes through. It's not going to be enough, and the Gravediggers have dug their grave in the town.
Well, they got away with some things, but not a whole lot. 4 points is all they done in this game. Sempiternal gonna stay 4 up for a moment. I say for a moment because I'm not quite sure where they're going yet. I'm not quite sure what kind of information they do have, but that was an absolute banger drive-by from the TMO boys, and that's once again showing that yes, strategy is big, placement on the map, rotations, everything. But if you're able to just shoot a bunch of people in the head, then that's a pretty good way to get points.
Going back to basics to see if Selic can do the shooting of the head, though. This time, we know he's good with the mortar. Goes for the seat swap, though. Does it the style? Zico gets knocked and confirmed. 3 points now for PGG, but they're holding out in the shack with a lot, as I said before, a lot of teams looking their way. High ground, though, will punish them. Presenti finds himself in a creative area, but the smoke keeping him alive at the moment. He is ticking.
Pace gets one. Been hiding out here for quite a while. He's just trying to salvage whatever he can. He's playing low-key undercover. He's been flushed out of Los Leones. That's where we saw him go to phase 1 when he lost the entirety of his teammates. But he has picked up a bonus point, and he's looking to make that more wherever he can, however he can. Any point is absolute bonus for him. Same is true for Vaso, the man that got rezzed and parachuted into Los Leones. Any single point is an absolute bonus.
He's going to try and wait things out here. And, fortunate for him, the peak around and over the top. The only thing that would be favouring him is that blue zone will apply some pressure on towards the other side. Lots of solos kicking around, Artup being one of them. And here's the shots, trying to figure out where he can get an opening, because if he does get an opening, he needs to get a quick knock. Sees one, knows he's down in the stairs, but again, that blue zone now applies pressure. He has to get moving. Oh, he's got the car. Oh, he gets him in the end. GG's.
Gets his.
Get the car.
Go. I had no clue, but he's got to send it now. And again, where does he go? Right? Where does he end up here? He has a whole lot of ground to cover. Vaso gets one. I'm not sure if he got the flush on the other side. Arta lives a little bit, but oh my god, barely gets away with things, and has now out-rotated. Semper right in front of him might make this even harder. They're getting held by 2 different solos now.
Yeah, they're going to try to find a bit of luck and find safety. TMO, unfortunately, go down towards that blue. PGG, eager, smelling the blood in the water. They look to try and get as many kills as they can. So smoke does bloom out towards the southwest of them. But it's going to be wind sides. That does open things up. And you can see these teams sort of going round robin. Everyone's fighting another team as we continue to see so many teams on this west side down towards the southwest.
It's just so many teams committing for Los Leones, and the circle not ending there just makes it so hard to get out. Now, a bunch of solos coming out of Los Leones as well, because Habibi is right behind where we just saw Arta coming out. There's some big teams still, and there's some full member teams that are still fighting for these compound. Turn that around though. Cars coming on by. Semper is trying to get in. They're sending it on through. They're going mighty central. We just see them on the menu map. We see a Auguri tree looking around to see who the hell is just driving on by, but I don't even mind this. I think this looks relatively decent for Semper.
Look, sometimes there's some luck, and that played into that. So many teams fighting, they're able to kind of thread the needle underneath the line of sight of these teams higher up. Here come the Doritos, as they will fall down, roll down into position, and lock them into play. For Grid, well, losing bodies, but they have some higher grounds, and looking to try and gain those bodies back when it comes down to kills. Silence up does get pain, so for construction workers, they do go out, but look, they claimed a point so far, but it's been rough for them. 3 players and exposed they must get.
The point is better than nothing, sure.
Empty. He's completely empty.
Ufa's got 0 bullets. He's not claiming anymore. He's got 3 kills, though. He's top kills, top damage.
See you later. Oh, he got picked up. Go on, Arta.
Arta says, well, okay, sure. That doubles my points for this match. That doubles my kills for this match. He will take that any day of the week. Pufa thought he was denying in peace, but Arta had something to say about this, and just like that, we're already down to 9 teams. Some of these solos could get placement points here. Remember, Habibi is still right behind Arta as well. They're in the blue. Some of these teams making big sense to the middle and dying in the process means the solos might get away with placements.
I actually really like this zone. We've left the urban ending, we've left open fields, and we're kind of in this maze, this matrix of high terrain, like rocks, dips and crevices. We've also got the ability to adapt the terrain to dig in, and obviously when we think mortars and grenades, etc., the dynamic when it comes down to destructible terrain. And now it shifts yet again in towards the high ground. We've got some hard cover right in the middle. Joga Benito will be questioning what do they do now, because they're in a appointment placement area. They've got 4 bodies alive, but they've got no one really to shoot, as we now see Bosch go for that rotation round towards the north. But again, it's going to be a maze, and matrixes these teams that have to work their way in that south side.
RS picks up another. Joga Benito hanging out, chilling, thriving, living the good life. But TMO is basically doing the Joga Benito impression. They're just fragging out on these edges. They're just getting aggressive. And Joga Benito is doing the absolute opposite. They have been I don't want to say gifted, because they definitely worked for it, but they have been given a compound now to play with.
Wow.
Justus not looking up into the sky, just accepting his fate. Maybe too busy staring down some of the players in the field here, staring towards Big John. And Semper almost take out PDG. All except one. And oh my god, the second. Okay, it wasn't the second mortar that got the kill, but that is TMO punished as well.
No, but Big John nearly walked into it. We've seen that happen before, especially on the main stage. If you're anyone's Legends and Falcons, Big John, though, they have moved in. They've gone around that sort of north side, though, but they do lose one as a consequence. Obviously, Cristani and Slavino teaming things. As for Bosch, they are in the placement points, but no kills at the moment. But they've got space to work with, and there's that defensive player, as I say, with that BRDM. Mad Nicotif, though, fully exposed. Slavin gets Michael, but the grenade from Arsis will get the first point on the board.
Michael gets caught mortared with a maid in hand. It's the explosive package. It's not what you want to see, and just like that, Marcis, he's going to have to be just hanging out in this BRDM, and there's a Panzerfaust now coming his way. See you later, just like that. Big John, sent packing, sent to the break. It's a whole lot of explosives coming in from all sides, and the UK guys are out.
Look, the molly on the other side, then he just baited him with the Panzer. Knew he had to jump out of it. If he didn't, he got the kill no matter what. AT, well played, under pressure. Joga Benito obviously providing a large amount of that pressure with the, I suppose, that mortar fire. Gridlock find themselves in the top position again. Sunflower does go down, but we are in a top 4 scenario. Nearly a full house. ATR down. Sunflower should be able to get rezzed here, and Gridlock been holding on to the high ground for some time. They get to look, though, as Aurora Gaming work their way in with the BRDM, but Artix, though, will put Nedix down to the dust.
Gridlock once again in a big late game. Yeah, sure. Maybe overstepping a little bit here. I say a little bit. That might be Waloo down as well. He has to overcome big task here. That was not an easy fight to be taken, and just like that, they are getting torn to shreds. They tried to make a move on up. They tried to get aggressive, and it hasn't worked out at all. Silas now has to worry about if he's even going to be able to leave the compound. The path is still free, but getting up on top of that rock is going to be mighty hard with Aurora from the south just choking them out. And AT on the other side of things has to be happy they got the BRDM, because their game also would not be pretty. No. And maybe the BRDM can salvage it a little bit. It's
just that play against Big Bosch, just the ability to think so quickly on their toes with the team applying pressure with BRDM. Though teams get shaken a little bit when they see these vehicles come towards them, but they had the game plan. They knew what they needed to do, and a little bit of a helping hand, let's say, from Joga Benito closed things out. They are down numbers, but so is now Gridlock. The RDM going to work its way around. Silencer knows what he can do to try and exchange, and he'll find the opportunity to go to 4 kills though. Big play from him, and he gets back to safety just for now.
He's not going to live for long here, I don't think. He barely slips away with it, barely stays alive. Gonna have to get a smoke out, gonna have to try and reposition. The BRDM is not long-lived either after that Panzerfaust, so not a great option. And that's a little bit of help that he needed. That's a little bit of an overstep from Miss Your Voice, and that's gonna keep Silas alive. But once again, where does he go from here? How does he get more on the board? He's gonna have to try and hold down Aurora, or maybe try and get into a placement point spot, but I see the entire map, I see where everybody else is, and I still couldn't tell you where to go if you're Silas here, so he's got a tough task ahead.
Yeah, it's tough. If he comes around this sort of rock face, Jogger Benito haven't left the compound. They've got the angles. They know that they need to keep disciplined here. Again, a rare sight. It's like, Koa, you've changed this team. They are playing disciplined at the moment. Raw Gamer over the top. AT using their BRDM to work up. And oh my god, shots come in from Silencer. It's going to be Aurora Gamer that puts down. He's looking to try and find an opportunity to get to late game. But Aurora, no, they've got a snake at their shoes. Flash doesn't help out Artix though, but they can't get the peak. And the further they go around, the more exposed they're going to be to Jogger Benito.
Aurora already taking a bunch of shots as he tries to overpeak here. The shots are coming through from Jogger Benito, who are also trying to take the space. And Aurora can't just focus on Silas. But Silas is a 2-point kill. That is mighty tasty. You love to pick those up. Flashbang comes over the top, and on the second flash, they might be jumping down. But now Artix takes a headshot, and they have to disengage one more time. They're going to have to reset this, and time should work in their favor here. It should get them a second place, but they would love to pick up the kill here, Mark, because realistically, they're almost never playing for the win here.
I really like this play from them. They're obviously going for Gridlock. Silencer's doing well. He's keeping himself down. I love that Cristani has played out the compound and now taking an off angle. Raw Gaming have to make a decision at what point do they come down, and you'd logically think the play for them is to come down in this section here, away from that. Here comes the jump off the shotgun. He gets one. Oh my god, the spin nearly going though, but Sunflowery is able to put him down, and here comes the green light. Jogger Benito needs to try and convert things. Noddy makes the charge forward. Smoke is out. Grenade is cooked, and Jogger Benito doing the rare occasion, looking for a win. Massive grenade, and Noddy puts Artix down.
Puts Arctic down. That was the job that they needed to do. Slaven picks up one. It's just a matter of seconds here for Sunflower until they sweep over, and they should be winning this out. Yes, they do. Jogger Benito in force. They get the compound. They close out the game. But 8 kills means they got to farming when they couldn't.
They got to farming when they could, but it's a rare occasion. Aurora Gaming do work for 9 kills, but unable to convert the line, but a big amount of points. And again, a team which we know the first half of the year here weren't as strong performing. They've come here now in the cups into the fall, and the winter is showing the Aurora Gaming light.
The puns are off the charts, but
you love it, mate. You missed it.
Good game from Aurora. Good game, calm and collected from the compound, but winning every fight they took, taking the right fights where they could, right? They had a lot of strong teams in front of them. There was a PGG there was a Gridlock there that really tried their best to hold them out. And they swept them all aside. Same for Jogger Benito on their side, making sure to pick up the points where they could. It's not the hardest thing in the world to win that game, but to win it with 8 kills is a feat. And they managed to pull through there. That's a massive difference. A 2-kill win doesn't feel nearly as nice as an 8-kill win. They get a big bunch of points on this board.
That is fact. The fact that they go to a placement point and actually getting a win is, I'll take that as a win for me for Jogger Benito. An interesting zone though. So let's talk a little bit about this, because obviously we did see Los Leones in for quite some time, but a lot of teams committed to go into kind of that urban ending that I suppose recently a lot of endings have had there, so I think they've rolled the dice expecting it to play in, but it wasn't going to be the case. It played out, and a lot of teams were fed into the kind of PGG tap.
I think it's the age-old wisdom, right? It's a lot easier to get into a city than it is to get out of a city, and we've seen that play out here as well. And if you get the compound that's not in the city and nobody else is around you, then you're laughing. And that was true for Aurora, and that was true for Jogger Benito. They played 2 of the edge compounds, and then even a Gridlock. I think they weren't able to hold their compound down completely, but they also had one that was outside the city, and they also had a good game from it. So again, it's very rewarding when you're one of the teams that isn't in the city, and it comes out of the city. if you're in the city and it comes to you, it's a whole lot harder to win that out from. But PGG still make sure that they get the frags on the board. 7 for them means a good game. Similar things for TMO, who were never in a great spot to win the game, but just managed to pick up so many frags along the way.
Yeah, and it's the early aggression, right? It feels like years ago that started happening, but it happened really far out. They got the recalls, and obviously that inserted them back to more fights in Los Leones as well, but they found themselves in third place here after match number 2. Good to see Gridlock, though, again putting points on more than they did over 5 games each game today. But when we look at obviously the week 1, that should be week 2 overall leaderboard. There we go. Thank you. Jogo Bonito is leading the charge, only by 1 point though. PGG obviously a good start from them, to good see, and Aurora Gaming now on 24 points. I'm surprised though. I want to talk about this right hand side of their leaderboard though. Construction workers, we know they're down some players, right? So that's that aside. 100 ADR, Redline, any trolls in chat? Is any trolls in chat? Are they missing Fuzzface? Is he the key driver, differentiator for this team? Because so far, they've only got 4 points.
I mean, you might have been listening to Twitch chat too much. Yeah, I think Twitch chat's been asking for the Fuzzface return. They're asking for the big old Viking to come back, because clearly he's what's wrong with ATC now. I think they were going to a pretty 50-50 fight, and I think they had some chances to win it, but TMO just played that better. TMO just had more team play. If you look at that fight and you scroll that one back, TMO was able to take what was essentially a 4v1 into a 2v1, into a 3v1, into a 3v1, you know, or maybe even a 2v1 at the end. They were able to overpower ATC just in numbers every single step along the way. And that means that even when you're taking a disadvantaged fight, like they did when they pushed Bombilova, for example, or they did when they pushed Duffy, you get to push it from multiple sides, you get to util for your teammate, and you get to just have way better chances of winning out. And that's what they did. And ATC on a better day, maybe they managed to play that one a little bit more together. Maybe they even just hit a few more shots, right? Duffy got really close to some of these knocks, but they just got a little outclassed by TMO here.
I think it comes down to that sort of way up aggression versus kind of information. From an ATC point of view, from mine, they were gaining the information and knew where the players were and sort of running through that kind of barn section. But when you've only got 1 gun against 2 guns, 3 guns, 4 guns, numbers are not in your favor, right? You could be one of the best players in the world, and you need a bit of luck on your side to be able to convert them, which we have seen someone do at 1 versus 4. But if you take the basic maths, when you've got 2 guns pointing at 1 person, you stand 50% more of a chance to get the knock. So we'll have to wait and see. But again, another game, another early aggression. So interesting to see that they committed to that push. So a good play from TMO. Again, a team which is looking to capitalize up from missing week number 1.
Yeah, and they have to. They have to catch up, and they're doing just that. Once again, right? They said they're at a point now where they feel okay, and they're starting to feel like things are working and things are making sense. They still have to grow together as a squad. I'm not surprised that not everything is perfect yet, but they're making steps towards it. Once again, PGG, right? Big steps for them.
Huge.
Bad, tough zone and still getting 8 points. Jogo Bonito probably first after this. Maybe probably a close second if I think about it, but really pushing themselves towards the top. But as we talk about spots on the leaderboard for today, it doesn't really matter that much. It just matters how many points you get, right? And that's the really cool thing about today is even if you come into game 5 with 3 points, a 20-point win is still a 20-point win on the overall leaderboard, and it's going to carry on into all these other weeks. So no point is wasted. Every point is valuable, and that's really cool for the teams that haven't been able to get anything going in game 1 and 2.
Which is why, again, I like this format. It plays that format, it's that consistency, right? Yes, and if you have a bad week, you obviously can put points on the board. You're at the final stage, right? You're on the week number 2. No matter what happens here of the 5 games, we are going to draw a line underneath it and upload all of the points to the overall leaderboard. So you are, every point that you can get, every game that you can maximize out those point averages is better for you anyway. Yes, we obviously I've made a few puns towards Gridlock because Nedex did apologize after the 5 games yesterday, but that aside, they've come back, they've done the hard work, they've come back, they've worked their way through obviously the scrims, they got themselves on top of the leaderboard, they got themselves qualified in the top 16 spots, so they are here. And actually the first game and the second game, they've doubled their points every single time. So it's good to see, because if they can produce that consistency, especially with a newer team, it plays into their favor.
Yeah, And again, every single point that you do is worth something, so it helps a little bit. It makes you feel a little bit more competent, makes you feel a little bit more confident, and it helps you get that momentum going. Because at the end, right, you see a Gridlock there, and they play a relatively slow game, and then absolutely get folded by Aurora. And you could sit down after that and say, oh my god, we just got rolled, that was terrible. But then you look at the scoreboard and you're like, okay, well, we kind of did some things. We're kind of making moves. We're pushing ourselves towards these playoffs. So clearly not everything that we're doing is wrong, and it's also not worthless at all. So progress is being made. They're getting themselves towards where they want to be.
Definitely getting themselves to where they want to be at the moment, but we are getting ourselves towards a game number 3. Though, as we start working our way over the halfway point, it's time to Tego. Flight path for this one is an east up towards a northwest. We do favour the north side, and we kind of lurk into the realm of potential islands. Not just yet. These players will jump out. A map I do enjoy casting because we get a lot of rotation kills with this one.
You're in luck. It's the map that we see more of now.
Yeah, that's true.
You're sad about less Miramar, but you're happy about more Tego. That should balance out in some...
Depends if I'm playing or casting. That's the 2 different questions there. If I'm playing, I'm a Miramar guy. I like the Miramar. I like to be able to dodge, duck, and dive in the sandy dunes. But from a casting point of view, Tego is up there for me. He get a lot of the... I suppose it's the... can I still say it's a newer map? It's one of the wild cards. I don't think I can play that card anymore. But it still get a lot of team caught out in those rotation, especially when we see it go towards the northwest, because there's limited areas in which you can cross to go towards the island.
Everything's relative, right? Tego is a relatively new map. If you just look at how all the other ones are, then it's fair to say, right?
They can never catch up.
Some of the guys playing this lobby will call you an absolute boomer if you say Tego is a new map, because they might have started playing the game 3-4 years ago when we were already very deep into our PUBG life cycle. But yeah, they've played a bunch of Tego. They know what Kangnung is, and they know that half of this circle on that eastern side is completely unplayable. Not just the unplayable that we usually talk about, but literal death on the eastern side of this map. So a bit of an accelerated phase 1, and it's not something we needed to accelerate because we already had a bunch of fights in phase 1.
We had a bunch of fights in phase number 1, and then we've inserted half the zone. So let's wait and see to see how much we obviously hold on to that. As we mentioned before, there has been an update. Obviously, the zones is going to come in quicker, but also the unplayable and where the zones react is very different as well. And we're getting obviously information online. Obviously, you can go follow all the patch notes though on the PUBG website. Winside is in zone, but so arguably is Redline. Everyone else is on the outside edge, and they have to start working their way in. Gridlock though is kind of touching the outside edge of zone, so is Jogger Benito, but they could potentially set a stall up here to try and camp out, as I mentioned, those rotation kills. Lucky enough for the other teams, there are more ways to get in on the east side. Comes an early engagement, though. Winside. Look to try and exchange and maybe defend off their compound for now. And IFIS obviously looking for that early rotation in to go, actually, hold on, Kowo, let me try and find those central compounds that you talk about. And yeah, this time doesn't quite work out for Redline.
Good info gathered, regardless. And good info if you don't lose a player for it, if you don't lose a car for it. And a very quick move out from WS. I think Winside moving out of Kangnung is something that I find really cool, really interesting, right? They go in towards something that is at least nominally a central spot, and Redline not ready for that, not expecting that, and I think rightfully so, right? A lot of teams would have stacked the city here, maybe stacked multiple corners, maybe stacked the western exit of Kangnung, whatever. So Redline getting a bit of a read on Winside, but it's the wrong one. So not paying with the player's life for this is already good news for Redline.
Yeah, and both these teams obviously the only 2 teams that are in at the time. So good play from them just to try and take a centralized spot. Centralized as you can get towards the zone, but you have to factor in that kind of play away. Gridlock not too far away behind them, backfilling those locations. I do always worry about this zone, especially with that kind of riverbed that we can see in the distance, because the zones used to historically play a lot towards them, and we kind of see that ability at the end of the river that you can sort of park your cars in. Not so much the case now, so I think that's why we're seeing these teams migrate a little bit more towards the east, a bit more towards that red line. We now see Presenti obviously on the long migration, but he's very far out in the west.
There's, well, very far out on the west is PGG, but there's still a camp waiting for them on the bridge, I think. I'm looking at this map stream and I'm thinking, well,
100%.
they're far out, but they are still getting camped, and there might be a few clashes here early on. Very early BRDM. Just collected it, already sending it towards the zone. Here for Joga Bonito. Back-to-back BRDMs is going to be pretty tasty. I said back-to-back, not exactly, but not sure where that
I'm
came
with you,
from.
I know what you mean. We've seen a lot of them. We've seen a lot of them.
Yeah. There was a BRDM last game, and now Joga Bonito has another one. Yeah, exactly what I wanted to say. Anyways.
Is that bridge camp? Let's go back to that bridge camp.
Yes.
Because it does work the other way around. Because,
Yeah.
as you said, obviously when we see it play to the zone, we see it go the other way. AT have set their stall up to go, there is a chance. There is a chance, a 1 in 4 chance someone might play this bridge, and they have set this one up perfectly.
Yep. They set it up.
Whap.
And they have.
How long do you hold?
Widowed it, but
How long would you hold this though, Koa? Because you're a coach, you educate teams and players, and obviously their call was there. Did they hold out for a period of time? Did they go into the blue, or like we can see from the map feed, did they give up early and go, do you know what? We would have expected them to come by here, especially with the zone pushing in.
there's two things that factor into that, right? There's how slow do we think the other team plays in general? Are they a team that comes very late? Are they a team that rotates very early? If they're not a very late team, then you shouldn't be holding as long. And the second thing is, what do we do with our time if we're canceling this bridge cap? And if you don't have anything, you don't have a clear answer, you don't have a good answer of what you want to do with your time, then you can hold that a lot longer than otherwise, right? So them being so far away from the zone, they could usually hold it a little bit longer, because even if they go to the zone now, they're not going to get anything with priority. But like you said, they've already made the move. They've already made the decision. Okay, we're going to hold until the blue zone comes, and then we're going to move on out. TMO kind of boxing themselves in between Jogo Bonito here. And, well, there's one thing that we've understood about Jogo Bonito is they're not scared of a fight.
W key, push. So let's see how that works out for them. But they are in zone. They're on the south side of the zone. The 180 are on looking towards ATC as they look to try and claim a little bit more hard cover. It doesn't work out for them. But 180 does have a glider, so they'll be able to gather information quite quickly here. Christophe tries to deter it as his anti-aircraft guns have worked this time. Let's force 180 back the way he's going.
Glider. One of the coolest additions to the game. Don't love this for Justus. He's just wide into the open, jumping into the BRDM. See ya later. Ow, Cristani.
What? He's too eager for the kills, and he's just had his BRDM completely yoinked, the rug pulled underneath his feet, and all he's left with is a burning car and a hope and a dream.
That is, you can't be caught like that. I was so confused what Justus was doing there, jumping out, getting flashed. I thought his days were over, but behind the bush was just an entire BRDM up for grabs. That is crazy. That is a crazy steal, and I've seen a few BRDM steals in my time. That one caught me off guard.
They are not happy about it, though, that they've gone for the pickup. Did they now just go for a left sweep and crash the compound? We'll wait and see. Justice, though, is on the run, but I suppose at the moment he feels a bit more like prey. Jogo Bonito are trying to find out exactly where he's gone, and it is a full stack for them. There is a bit of salt in this wound I'm feeling at the moment, Koho.
It's nothing personal. It's just business, and Justus has just done one of the greatest trade deals of all time. The rest of TMO trying to group in the town with them. They've got the drive-by car, and they should be able to crash on in. Justus on the other side of things. Oh my God! Not the reverse steal.
It's been jinxed. It's now been nicked. It's now the construction workers. They've yoinked it. They don't know it's cursed though yet. Just as though it does go down, they need to try and get the bodies back up. So they are down bodies themselves. Construction workers will be careful. Jogo Bonito obviously crashing away in. Windside going on the top side as well, but ATC also crashing in. The zone shifted away quite aggressively from the unplayable, and obviously has opened up a lot of these teams crashing into the hard cover.
That really stings. I mean,
It's burning!
just from absolute hero to zero for Justus.
We didn't see it.
Same thing, really, for Joga Bonito. Just flying on in here, not really getting a whole lot done. Now Pudede might be able to turn this one around. It's an absolute blind M249 duel in the smokes. But both these teams coming out with a lot of casualties, and there might be more around them looking to get in on this.
It's so interesting. There was that awkward moment then. It was like, hold on, you're not on my team. It felt like it was on both sides. Cristani, though, does get the better. Does post an outstanding letter. First class delivery, though. And for win side, it might be their last side as Joga Bonito felt the pain of the BRDM, but now they're looking for the kills.
It's got a molly as well. Just throws it for the flush, but it's more trouble for Quintex. He's got to get out of dodge. And now they know there's a low player in that bathroom. Naughty has a shotgun. He's going to run this one down. He's going to try to close this one out. Doesn't spot him at first, but when he does, he clicks away. And just like that. Winside out of the picture. Joga Bonito licking their wounds a little bit here, Mark. But at least they've been able to salvage something.
This BRDM is cursed. Absolutely cursed. I'd get out of it. Leave it alone. Wait and see what happens from it. TMO is down. I think Justice must have just been laughing after he took it. He just forgot he was playing PUBG and other teams went up to take it away from him. So it's phase 2. We have lost a team. For everyone else, though, that has not centralized in on the town, they find themselves with open space. So everyone, I think, at the moment, a little bit of a pause while they try and wait for this next zone to sort of give us a clue of where we're going to end up. Northside, though, T-Bone taking on Arctics. Rest of Bosch, though, a little bit more towards that sort of northwest corner.
Trying to save that car somehow. I was wondering what they'd do with the BRDM when they crash the city, because parking the BRDM in the city is not really something that you see a whole lot, because it doesn't tend to make a ton of sense. And Justus decided that he didn't see a lot of sense in the BRDM or in his own life, and just gave both away. Circle goes to the hillside. Good for the Gravediggers, but they are mighty split. And they will have to contend with a PGG coming their way. And I think PGG might already have the information that this is a 2-man. And I wouldn't even be surprised to see a crash.
Yeah, I think they are on the map feed going for that crash as well. Tucker's leading the charge out to consolidate that 2-2 split. And it's a dangerous gamble. Pains gets to confirm, though. Knock and confirm. So construction workers now laying those bricks to get some points. They are still a 3. But they are still in the town. So hasn't fully given up the town just yet. Did play back towards that waterfront in the west. And we hold on to the higher sides where a lot of these teams like AT now trying to thread that needle into safety.
Trying to thread the needle. Made even harder on a map like Tego with all the forests, and then even forests now looking like Swiss cheese sometimes with red zone holes, pickaxes digging on in, the mortars, the nades. Game has definitely not gotten easier. I think we can all agree on that part. And just like that, everybody that's sent it to the forest is trying to find a home, but a lot of them are suffering casualties.
Yeah, Checkers gets confirmation away from ATC. Toffees did put the work in. Vex has been stolen away. The rest of these teams, though, that do find themselves a little more central, a bit more open. They're going to pop their smokes and sort of dig down. It's good luck, though. Has kind of held their terrain. Just trying to line things up. Just trying to work out exactly where. I think Silence has given that information over. Now comes the barrage of mortar fire. A bit more of a test mortar will be shot out. He's looking for that kill feed to see if he finds an opening. It's close! But it's not close enough.
Close enough to pose some issues, scare them out of the cover, and Duffy finds the knock. If any other mortar comes their way here, they might be in even deeper trouble. But it has become a bit of a double-edged sword at this point, the mortars, where they're mighty lethal, but when they aren't, they also produce amazing cover for the team that you just mortared. So it can go both ways, and it can actually come back to bite you. That being said, we've got 25 more seconds for the zone to close on in, and I would not be surprised if after this mortar landing, there is a team making a move onto the Polish squad here, because there's another mortar knock, there's one from Bobilovo, and just like that, they are decimated. One player remaining.
Yeah, you're right, though. And this is why we've seen some of these teams sort of, I suppose, less offensive with the mortars and use them as more of a defensive play, and an opportunity that if the zone shifts away for you like it has for some of these teams, and an opportunity, especially in open terrain, to find safety. The zone has bounced back, so we have gone from that north down towards the south, so a bit of breathing room for these teams as they rotate round to the north, but we are going back to the town, so it's going to have to be a roll of the dice, and I think we'll be too surprised to see a lot of teams get in the cars and go for a full send into the town.
Not a ton of space left in the town, however, but yeah, like you said, there's not that much. And once again, even if a team like Big John here, even if they find an entry, even if they find a place to stop, I wouldn't be surprised at all to see them stop here. But they would still have to continue warring. I think they're going for the plateau. I think they want to play just outside the city, but Marcis bounces out slightly, unfortunately. And just like that, Kolya knocked as well. And you are going to be suffering because there's so many teams around you trying to go in for the punish. Tiny ball for T-Bone and Michael, and tiny Panzerfaust towards another BRDM. I'm not a superstitious man, alright? But maybe you are right. Maybe they are just cursed.
That one is jinxed. Let it go. It's gone. It's buried. Leave it. It's difficult. I'll go back to that sort of rotation in from Big John, right? They're rotating in. Maybe they were going for the town, but they see all these dips. They see all these abandoned cars, and there's an opportunity to go, hold on, hold the brakes. Let's find some safety, but it's difficult, and we've just seen them a minute in, maybe less. They have stopped outside of the town, but they have been punished. 14th place here. It's Bosch, and they're out.
Yeah, it's just tough. It's just tough. There is space to play there. There is space to survive, but everybody is looking at you and everybody is trying to take you out. And a lot of the teams in the lobby are hungry for frags and very eager to come running at you and try to dump a few nades on you. ADR trying to make a move. P90 should help them a little bit in the approach, but caught off guard by a hole in the forest. This is what I talked about when I said it's a little Swiss cheese in these Tego forests at times. PGG is dug in. They're ready. And now with Slow Jacket on the flank, it's not looking good for ADR.
This is the other roll of the dice, isn't it? Stay tight, try and get the edge, but you've got to be the last surviving team. 100 ADR with a P90, you'd favour them to a degree, but they've received some damage. They're going back out towards the outside edge of blue. I think this is more of a taxi service as the Uber does arrive. Sloy working his way in, and for 100 ADR, the game plan hasn't worked out, but I like they've been able to reset though. They've now got another option. Now they get the cars to rotate into zone.
This is the Aurora that we almost know at this point. Really just quite passive at times, very safe, but coming into a weak side of the zone. And with Artix, I think, finding the opening, that's not a bad entry. That's not a bad start. Nope. To this approach. They have to figure out a way to play this together. They have to figure out a way to get some team play going because there's a Panzerfaust waiting on the other side. That's Lurik's gone. And if he can step up now, if Peart can find another, which he does, this is getting tricky. No support coming in from the rest of the squad just yet, and he's going to get a full first aid off.
He's going to get one at a time. He goes for the reposition. They burn so much of the ammo going through. He can just wait, watch, listen. Molly comes in. Molly arguably a little bit too short. He gets a third. It's living a dream. Is he going to get the full house? And Aurora Gaming.
No way.
It's all versus one. Not Nicotine. Oh my god.
Who is this guy? He's absolutely cracked. He's cleaning up. Nedex pulls up, gets a little bit, steals some of the kills away. Sunflowy, worse for wear, but what a stand from Peart. Just not letting them through, not letting them in. And Sunflower, I think his position should be known at this point. His days should be very numbered. And there it is, the run, the impossible run coming out. It should not be very long-lived. The peaks come over the top. If they have any util to clean this up, they can make it even easier. But Gridlock is not letting him get away with it.
I'm telling you, rags to riches this team, Gridlock. GG's, like, that's the second. Take the mick out of the week number one. Arguably much better than I would have done anyway, but they've definitely reset, and I'm loving this play from them. More aggressive, breathing confidence, exuding confidence into this here. Sunflower still remains though for a game, and they haven't got the flush. Maybe does get the shots and maybe a rethink, I suppose, onto that level of aggression, and Artix might find he might be the end of this grenade.
He's delaying them quite a lot. He's costing them a lot of time, and now he's stepped into the place where he's gotten a lot of bodies. They would have loved to clean this up, but I like the fact that they're not risking anything, right? I like the fact that they're not risking bodies, not even knocks in this. But they would have loved to clean this up because it would have bought them so much time. to actually start working into the map. Now they still know they have a solo behind them, and they have a solo with maybe 4 bodies to loot, Mark. That's a lot of first aids. That's a lot of time to survive in phase 5 and even phase 6. So a thorn in their side and something that they would have loved to deal with.
Let's see if they can deal with it a bit later. He is going to cause some problems. They've gone for a 2-2 split. You can see on that little mini-map. 2 on the north side, 2 on the south side. So 2, I suppose, keeping an eye on Sunflower Reef from Aurora Gaming to try and come in. The other 2 trying to piece together a puzzle, which is very, very difficult, and leaning maybe in towards that urban style ending. Ibis from outside in the field. Does get 1, and he tries to step forward, and he just gets put to bed.
These kind of positions that we see the Gravediggers and Redlining are so good when the city has to leave, and they're so bad when the city gets to stay, because everybody's just sitting in multiple floor buildings, peppering away at you, popping your vehicles when they get the chance, popping you out of your vehicles when they get a bit of a longer look, and just making your life miserable. And then you have Silos on the other side. That man is no strangers to DMR tapping, and he finds a bit of damage there. Sunflower out, Tech is knocked, Whalebone coming in with the nades. And again, the teams that have the space making it miserable for the teams that have to compete for it.
It's kind of that greed, isn't it? They sort of sit and go, do you know what? We don't need to shoot each other at the moment. Let's just try and get as many kills as we can. It's like that watching of who gets knocked first, and then try and get the flush. Martek gets the flush on towards Techers. Some barraging a huge amount of shots their way. Gridlock, I think, will have the better angle for this one, but can they see all the bodies, or do they give up the kills to the other team?
Would love to confirm these Whalebone getting the smoke out so he can peek over the top. He's got to worry about Harry. Got to worry about a sneaky angle that he doesn't expect, but again, you want to lock in these kills, right? You want to lock in these points, and he's got to see that massive hole that Harry is in, and going to have at least an inkling there could be a player there. Paints once again finds an opening. Once again, doing actual work for the construction workers. I don't want to be too biased, but I love to see it because they've just been hamstrung, right? Playing all of the games as 3, seeing them get at least something on the board it's nice to see.
Yeah, as you said before, it's about getting some points, and it's good for them to start to get that rolling. VSS gets rolling pretty quickly. This red line tab out. Zone obviously is on this sort of west side. Drops will give some cover on that south side of zone. Pomolovo, though, he is causing panic for a lot of these teams. But he's running dry on ammo. This VSS will chunk ammo pretty quickly.
I mean, the reason he's playing the VSS is because he ran out of 5.56, so it does make sense, and he gets to pepper them downrange. I want to highlight, really good decision by the Gravediggers. Hara is not going to live to see another day, but they have gotten themselves almost gotten themselves a placement point and gotten themselves another kill here just by desperation sending it into a weak team next to them. So right decision from them, and oh hey, there's a VSS not coming through.
Take it. Don't always see it. A bit like we don't see on Wednesday someone getting knocked by a crate falling from the skies, but we will take those highlight moments. Gridlock are locking down their grid at the moment as they pop the smokes and start to dig down. Simped obviously on that south side trying to find some position, but they are controlling some area of the zone. TMO early as the I suppose the demoned BRDM, which gave way to Justice. That gave them the opening to try and hold this round. The rest of these teams, though, sitting in the town. And if we get another west shift, maybe the teams on the outside get a bit of breathing space and they can look in and see if they can pick up some kills and steals.
Big res coming on through. Slowing things down. Might get a little breather. Semper. Not looking super comfortable. Damn. That's absolutely deleted as well. That need. I guess he's trying to make himself 3 holes. Something to live in. And with a shift as good as this one, it should buy them some time. ADR goes out on the north. That's 2 more points for the workers. And that trickles going down to Ares, but swiftly stolen away. Gridlock on 11 frags already is massive for them. But with a circle so far south, even a duo like TMO or a solo, I kill them, might get another few points.
Right, so the car's now going to be without tyres. It's a full send in. I think at this point, Gridlock are like, do you know what? We've done enough in this game. We've got 11 kills. We've got an additional placement point if we go out now. Anything extra will double up. But it's about how can we get in. So expel the utility where you can. Try and get in. But
not the friendly molly.
This game is a success for that team.
It's a success until the very end. That molly puts a lot of time pressure on them now. That's going to be Nedex bleeding and maybe only a potential res.
No, done.
Oh, you gotta be careful. There's more util coming your way, and there might even be more where that comes from. I think they're okay. I think they should be able to get one res.
I don't know. I think he's panicking. He was started looting. Haynes goes down, Noddy working his way out. Construction workers up to 4 kills, and again in those placement points, we do leave a little bit of town remaining. Because he has a shotgun, and that's I suppose it's the go-to, but he's got the left peak. It's not going to be the favoured, and Cristani will have the better angle for him. He just needs to get that M249 rolling pretty quick.
Range M249 with a red dot. Oof. Not the prettiest of sights, but Noddy picks up Norkis. Ready and waiting. Ready to clean that up. They might know about the solo across the street as well, which I talked about it before. Killing a team at this point is massive, right? It's a placement and a kill. That gives a good little bump to your game. Currently already on 5 frags and 2 placements, but 9 frags for ATC. They've made the move into the city, and this time they have been rewarded.
Yeah, early adopters, right? They were one of the 3 or 4 teams that went in early. It's now about ammo. So obviously we've already seen them swap out some of the guns and trade out. They haven't really left these buildings. They've not been able to loot other people as well because the damage and the kills they've got has been at distance. They're on 9 at the moment, but they'll be eager to maybe rotate their way around. A grenade followed by an MG will be the end of PGG. And now we see ATC look to try and make their way in, but that's because they've lost zone and they're still limited on how much ammo and utility they have.
Gotta make a move at some point. Silas as well. Not in this phase 8. 30 seconds until it starts closing. Habibi is already setting up for a big defense. They have possibly the best building in the circle, but he's worried about players close. He's going to have the Panzerfaust out when he sees the Semper player on the other side. That's going to be slightly awkward, but he's got his priorities straight, and he's correct in that. They got to worry about JBB a lot more than they have to worry about Kilner.
It's phase number 8. Phase number 9 is going to come outside. That's pretty much where we just looked at. So he's going to try and wait for that blue. And yeah, I do worry about when he sees that kind of Semper player. I suppose the best scenario for him is actually Joga Benito finds and exchanges as the blue zone is now forcing that conversation and that gunfight to start happening. But we are limited down to 5 teams. One more. We hit our top 4 and there it goes. 10 kills. Jeez.
10 kills in the 4th place. Not too shabby. Gonna have to start making a move, but a very doable move for them. Because like you said, they're 3-man up. They still have numbers that nobody can compete with at the moment. Why not? He's proning. He's in. He's gonna be in for a little bit, but he's not outliving anyone at this time. He could be a massive problem for Joga Benito though. When they start playing the front side, when they start playing active, he could be the backstab that just destroy them, but they're coming to his side. They want to play his side of the road. He might have the perfect spot for this. Yeah,
they want that. They want the bust and they want the coach. Panzer goes out, does a bit of splash damage. That's it. But you say he's got the right side. Joga Benito don't know.
Oh, yes.
The grenade does the damage, and there's the second will fall down. Joga Benito outsmart, but they forgot about the solo. Now he tries to step out, tries to get to that position he can. Spray comes through, and it is TMO. High side Ares will put him to bed. It's a 3 versus 2, a head-to-head on the north side from the town.
That is massive, because that could have been a winning play for Joga Benito as well. Nade does a bit of damage on to Marcelik, but time is ticking. They got to get off this roof in just a matter of seconds, and Duffy should have the angle. Emergency cover coming out might buy them some time. Duffy hit the prone as well, so he's not ready to punish just yet. Now the jump has to come on through. Habibi is even dipping into the blue. That's how hesitant they are to jump down from this, and rightfully so. It's a suicide jump, but Ares, he's got the moves.
got the moves like Mick Jagger, straight in the car, straight out the other side. Habibi puts one over it down. It's a 2 versus 1. Aries has to panzer, but is any trolls in chat convert? It's 12 kills. It's a 22-point game for them. And as you said, chat was asking for Fuzzface. He's not needed here in match number 3.
It's not needed for this one. That was looking almost doable when Aris lived in that car, when he got to get out, get in, jump around a bit, and actually reset with the Panzerfaust. That was starting to look doable, but in the end, they traded out well. They make sure that he's fighting both at the same time. We saw him get the Panzerfaust out, but there was already shots from the other side coming on through. So well done, well traded out by ATC. They use their numbers advantage, and they close out an important game.
It's a very important game, actually, because those teams were early adopters, especially towards the town. TMO had a bit of a cursed BRDM, as we saw them sort of play in. But from that north side, ATC also coming down. Ammunition, I suppose, was shared. They had to make some decisions to keep him in the fight, and those decisions actually play off for them. 22 points for match number 3. Gridlock, though, was a huge game. 13 kills, 3 placement points. It was a bit of salvation in the end, but they farmed when they could.
Yeah, super well done. I mean, you have to consider as well, right? You talked about early city adopters. A lot of them are in the late game here. But you talk about the teams that were deciding to not go to the city, deciding to play the outskirts, and got punished by the circle, but still ending up with 13 kills just means you did everything right on the outside. And very well done for Gridlock to get a second big game on the board. TMO consistently getting frags, this time more placement than frags, and then Joga Bonito as well, right? Again with another 9-point game, clearly the most consistent today.
Yeah, when we talk about consistency, and you mentioned before, when there's teams, multiple teams getting 10 points plus, high kill games and or placements, it means there isn't that much to share around. So the rich sometimes continue to get richer. And when we look at week 2 total leaderboard, it's at Joga Bonito, Gridlock, PGG, and now we insert any trolls in chat. They find themselves in 4th on 26 points.
Yeah, 26 points, a whole lot coming from this game, right? That goes to show how much you can do. You're looking at a TMO that really worked hard for their 22 points, you're inclined to say, and an ATC that managed to get exactly the same amount of points in one single game. So big games do pay off, especially when you close them out at the end. If Joga Bonito, if the TMO were able to close this one out, right, that is 4 more placements and 3 more kills that they would have gotten. That is an insane jump for them. So big for ATC to close that one out. It would have really hurt for them to lose it at the end, even especially with the numbers advantage.
Well, that's the big difference we saw from last week, right? They got to the last sections and they could have got some more wins, especially on the Tego. And I think to week number 1, expected them to get the win. Well, what we can expect now, we got the penultimate game and the final game coming up, but we are going to go to a quick break though as we reset the lobby and we get ready for our penultimate game. Don't go too far. See you guys in a few. Welcome back, everyone. It's a quick break for me to change my shirt for Team Nedic shirt because Gridlock are looking good though this week. It was a speedy break. However, we had outstanding 3 games so far. Lots of teams sort of rising to the top and obviously claiming a lot of points. A lot of crazy zones, Cara, as well. But we still have 2 more games, 2 more opportunities for teams. Much I would pay for, say, Bosch, Big John, who really hasn't been performing today, and maybe construction workers to try to maybe build off that last game where they did deliver some points.
I'm excited to see if they got a 4th man in, but we'll have to wait and see if that materializes, because that would definitely be a bit of a boost to the construction workers. But other teams are putting in the work at the moment, and you love to see teams rewarding themselves, A, for consistency, or B, for pop-off games, and we saw that from ATC here, right? We had Twitch chat basically saying, of course this doesn't work without Fuzzface. Well, apparently it can work without him. Sometimes it doesn't, sometimes it does. And they play an absolute banger in that Kangan
Super sub. And look, if you look at the 2 sides of it, we've got Gridlock outside getting major amounts of kills, working in open space and making it happen. But actually, it's really technical what ATC did. They came in that north side of the town. They played in early. The zone popped that way. They took the opportunity. That could have been, I suppose, chaos. They could have dropped out pretty early, but they were able to manage a lot of the fights around them. It gave them the space to then fight and actually farm damage and get kills from that west side as they controlled around them, and actually then to go close out head to head. And you mentioned it before, when it comes down to fighting head to head, sometimes when you've got those additional numbers, it works in your favor. Aries unable to convert as he was a solo gunner.
Yeah, it looked a bit dicey, especially when I saw him pull out the Panzerfaust, but tough fight at the end there for TMO. And again, right, all these things, they all kind of escalate on top of each other. They all culminate. And we remember Justus dying early, right, with the BRDM. Also Vaso getting knocked and flushed in the middle of the town. If he stays alive till that late game, TMO might be able to just win that one. That was a very winnable 3v3, but it's a very hard 2v3. So there's a lot of things you do in a PUBG game, and you only have to do a few of them wrong for it to cost you in the end.
Yeah, and that sort of knock-on effect. Well, the knock-on effect we've got, though, is the penultimate game. It's match number 4 of 5, and the flight path here for Rondo is down from that sort of west, maybe pushing towards the southwest, up towards the east, pushing towards the northeast. But it does work through the middle. So out your condo, we're in Rondo. A little bit of a hot drop, 180 AR, potentially applying some pressure towards kind of Joga Benito. But again, another map that we see, I suppose, a lot of teams getting caught out on those rotations.
Zone pops onto the north, and if you're looking at the top of the map, there is 64 players in this one. We have found a 4th construction worker. Fix is in the lobby, and immediately they are hit by one of the worst zones possible for them, as they are scrapping for a bit of loot on the southern side here. Gonna go to Rinjang, gonna work their way into one of the best looting compounds that exists on this map. Is, I think, not Fix, might be Paints going for that. Triple warehouses, no, it is Norkis picking up that loot. So they're gonna get themselves a reasonable amount of loot, but they will have to give up on basically all cycle priority.
Well, the Welsh Dragon's back, so let's go find the glider. Fly your way into zone, but it is a difficult. They've got a lot of teams in front of him, obviously with Test Track and the Ops Factory being on that sort of south side-ish of that zone. It might play back that way. We've seen a lot of zones recently coming in around Test Track. Surprise, surprise. I actually really like the north shifts where Bomalovo is sitting at the moment in kind of that sort of the river bend where we have the high ground, and obviously if it plays back up that way, it will favour some of the other teams. But for now, teams have time to loot. They have opportunity, but as we said in that break, or just before the break, sorry, there's a couple of teams on this sort of lower side of the leaderboard that really need to sort of salvation of this cup final 2 because they need to get more points on the board.
Uh-oh. Oh, God. Huh? Did they see a car? Did they see a vehicle? Well, they're sending Habibi in. They're saying, all right, we can lose you. That's all good.
Operation Habibi sacrifice. Cristani looking to try and get the first kill on the board again. And I think the bait rotation round worked out, and he sort of slingshots himself back to safety.
better than expected for
Yeah,
TMO
100%.
in this one. That could have been really, really dicey. As Joker Bonito was literally just trying to set up for that, right? They weren't doing much else except for trying to get that kill, trying to get all the angles on the compound to lure someone in and take them out. So good getaway. And judging by the little HP bars on the life leaderboard, TMO even did more damage than he took. So
Yeah.
Winning trade. Big stonks.
There's a winning trade. Winside has got an emergency pickup, but they've also sent a solo driving forward. PWD obviously is ahead as well. They are clashing potentially with ATC. PGG obviously rotating their way in as well and getting caught by that kind of TMO Benito split. North side though, T-Bone has left the rest of Big John as he's worked into that Bomolovo position on top of that high mountain up in the north. So a lot of these teams setting up their stalls, trying to defend their compounds, flexing out, puffing those feathers out, so to speak.
That's the name of the game. Puffering. That's what the NA boys call it. Making sure you seem big, dangerous. Making sure nobody wants to get too close. That's a big spot. Big spot on top of the rock. Lots of information. It can get really uncomfortable if teams get the angles on you, and if teams land a mortar on you. It's very quick to good night, but massive amounts of information in the dead center of the circle almost. And again, we talked about land ratio earlier. For those who don't know, there is certain spots that the game counts as unplayable, and phase 4 used to shift away from it, so did phase 8. That's no longer the case, and these rocks were considered unplayable. They no longer are. They can now catch zones, and they can be absolute menace positions.
Menace, like we're looking for those menacing positions themselves, as Maximus will try and maximize himself to the highest peak where possible. We have seen some zones in and around these which are crazy. It's always the exit plan that I feel like these teams forget about. Like, it's all well and good getting up here, it's all well and good getting a lot of damage and maybe getting some kills and steals. You have to obviously manage your ammo. We've seen that a lot as well, but it gets to a point it's like, it feels like, oh, we didn't expect to survive for this long, but now we need to get off the mountain. And with the zone being so much smaller, where the unplayable doesn't take as much of an impact anymore, they don't always have the easiest option of getting down.
It's a tricky one, that. When do you get down? How long can you stay?
Yep.
What do you do when somebody pulls up right below you? It's not easy to deal with all the time, especially if your gear's been just dinked down, your helmets might be gone or battered, you might not have as much util because you went to a hill early, right? There's a lot of things that can go mighty wrong there. Takers, it's a bit of shots into the drive-by, doesn't connect all too much, takes more damage in return, and the crash is in full effect with a Panzerfaust as well.
Yes, definitely want to get some more points on. They know where one is. Trying to work out where the remaining players are. Who's going to be there? Tech is backed into a corner. He's gone towards a shotgun. M4 store in the main hand, in the main driving seat. And it's actually Harris, though, because they didn't look around. They didn't know where the rest of the players were. Did they think it was a one-player compound? Well, it's Techers. He stands tall.
Still alive as well, dancing around there. Avoiding all of the aggression, avoiding the Panzerfaust. The Gravediggers are looking to put some things into the grave at this point. Shotgun looted as well. Gonna make things even easier. Do they know that there's one still in the compound? Well, they know he's leaving now. They know that somebody's on the hill. They should have been able to reset this, and without much of casualties at all, get themselves a nice little loot injection and a nice kill point.
It's really interesting for me, actually. Menace didn't stop and go for the higher ground in the middle. They went all the way to the north and actually landed on top of Big John. So a kill for them. Back towards the main heart of the zone, though. Test track. PGG does get AT as they wrap in towards his position. They need to try and find the opening angles. Sloy does go up towards. I think he's going to work his way down with Salik. Senti, though, is still on the outside on the ground floor.
Could be a good off angle. They do start clearing. No, presence is known now. Position's known. He's got to make a move. He can't stay waiting to get utiled in this position. And if there's ever anyone to find an outside angle on this, he would probably be the first on the chopping block. That being said, he's not rushing it. He's getting the smokes out. He's trying to make his transition as safe as he can.
Yeah, but they can apply from up and down. So they can apply pressure down, but also Presenti's to be looking get in from this ground side and apply up. It's going to come down to timing, but they've got time on their side. Zone has not shifted away towards that north side and has come back towards Test Track and Linux Factory. So there are some teams on the outside edge that will have to kind of find a new home. But for now, there's additional time to try and figure out a game plan here.
I'm wondering why we haven't seen a nade towards Presenti yet, but these are the kind of things that we can wonder about. You guys can, for a lot of these teams, you can look for yourself. You can check if a lot of them are streaming, a lot of them are playing in languages that you yourself might understand. You can get yourself a pretty good idea of why they're doing what they're doing. And if you want to get really involved with PUBG Esports, if you want to enjoy it at its fullest, at least take a peek here or there into some of these teams, because all we see that here is a team slowing down and a team holding, but there's so much going on in the comms right now. They're running through options, they're discussing what to do with this situation. They've also looked at the zone, I'm sure. They realize how much time they have. There's so much going on that we could not possibly portray all the time.
Yeah, and there's a lot of variables that do happen. PGO's trying to work their way in. They're trying to find an opportunity to get some shots. Does the damage. Something is holding an angle. That JS9 is pretty damaging at this range as well. So if someone does want to open that door. But it is going to come down to time for PGG. For 80, they just need to sit tight and try and deal with the fight as it comes towards them.
You said this earlier, they could pinch, but it's so much harder in practice now. I've put in the util, but Sloy Jacket, I'm not sure what the idea was there. Because one thing you can do, right? It's very hard to pinch effectively, especially when you're coming from two different directions. There's a lot of ways to mess that up.
Yeah.
But they had the nades in, and nades cut so much of the audio information. So I would have loved to see Sloy Jacket just slow it down, and maybe hang around the door a bit, maybe try to bait more util from his teammates or anything like that, and try to make a play from there. Because if anyone was in a position to do it, it was him.
The downside to slow push is actually more teams will work their way in now. So it does find the opening. JS9, obviously you can hear it, and obviously it does show a kink in the armor, and now it's full collapse. PGG charging their way in. Now they do line up. Some does get Subida down, but they have the opportunity now to get this res back on as quick as they can. As you can see that mini-map, multiple teams now work their way in towards this area. Again, a little bit more of a calm before we see this next zone shift.
Clean though, super clean for PGG. That went as well as it almost can, and they managed to approach from different angles, but still collectively enough. TMO, Joga Bonito, still in a bit of a hold on that western side of the zone. They've really caught a good zone here, Joga Bonito. And TMO was ready to backfill, but I think they've realized, okay, these guys are not leaving. And instead of crashing a 4v2, would rather just defend our compound first. So that's why you see them shift back into their edges, try to hold on out a team like Gridlock coming their way, potentially even a team from the north. And Joga Bonito says as well, we need power in numbers. We need to play a good compound here, not play the most central spot we can, but play the good spots.
It's going to be about as good spots as they are. Top of the hill. Toffees looks to be going airborne as ATC obviously spread slightly. And we're seeing Kilner coming back because he's been recalled back in. So lots of movement from these teams, but still a lot of teams up here. Phase 3, 15 teams. And this is where this type of area starts to expose because there isn't as much coverage as you'd like.
Absolutely not, especially with the high ground and the low ground coming in, eliminating more positions. And then you have a tower that PGG is now controlling that really oversees a lot of the northern sides around it. You have the test track itself that you can get on top of. Not something that you see a ton, but definitely a possibility. Kleiner, once again, he was the sneaky snake last game. He tried to pull it off again, but ATC, again, power in numbers, trading it out. And that's one thing that we see even more importance on now with the TPP shift. I think it's been pretty clear that trading each other is so much more important now because sneaking around and getting sneaky spots is quite a lot easier and they are more effective. But it does not matter a lot of the time if there's a good trade available.
Well, there was a trade available for PWD. Did get Marcy's down, and Michael is not opting to go for the blue chip. And this is an area we see high ground versus high ground. So for Big John, they're looking to try and make themselves to Little John. And disappear slowly into the gully. Shots though come back. Oh my god, T-Bone puts PWD down. That changes things. Now they can apply pressure back. Now they have an opportunity, if they want, to go get that blue chip.
It's a bit of an old man nade from T-Bone, but there's no thing in this game that's better to get a flush than a BRDM. And I would be surprised if Michael doesn't at least try for it.
It's going.
That being said, well, he's mighty alone at this point. Marcelik, well, he hasn't jumped out just yet, but when he does, he should be able to find the bullets. It's not clean.
Lost.
But it's good enough for the knock, and it's bad news for Bosch.
It is. Good timing. ATC obviously rotating around this way. You hear the commotion. Unfortunately for T-Bone, he's completely, as you say, left alone on the outside edge. Now they find another opportunity. Shots go through. It's Ivers from Redline, though, that does find him. For Winside, well, they've seen the kill feed. They know that the team is under pressure. Now they reposition and they find the super sub. Carlo goes down.
Really good repositioning. Going towards the edge here for Winside, getting out of the sandwich and making sure to keep numbers up and realizing, hey, maybe we can catch something here. They don't overstep either. They don't fully fly in on ATC. They're going to hear them drive away now, and then they can try and decide whatever they want to do with this. A tire pop onto Bombilova would be nice. They don't get it. And they have to get into the zone now. But once again, nice discipline, nice reaction. It looked dicey for a little bit, but they stand.
Yeah, as you can see, the zone has shifted back down towards the south. Test track just about in. We leave the main compound. A little bit of the track is in the PGG hole. These teams going to rotate by. Gridlock obviously applying their rotation round. Well, just one naughty, but they're all right to the top of each other. But it's here. Oh, I thought they might come try and counterplay, but they've got more towards that south side.
Timo clashing with the workers. Gridlock clashing with Jogo Bonito. Whaleward taking a whole lot of damage. Tommy looking on the other side as well. That is opening knocks, but Slavin knocked down on the other side means just two of Jogo Bonito up and running. They're going to have a hard time consolidating this fight, because if you're looking what's happening behind them, they're already got swept. Menace is already coming in, and they're gonna just pose massive issues. There's the flush coming on through. Dino as well, pinged down through the smokes, and Kristalny has to make some miracles happen here.
Yeah, has to make miracles happen. But we do see it, and he's a player that can do it. But they are down bodies. 14 teams here. And scrap that. Down to a solo now. Zanak will fall down. He's got a bit of a dip. He just doesn't really have the heavy utility to cause major amounts of damage. I think he can just rely maybe on other teams coming in, and he can maybe cause some more chaos if it does kick off.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a problem for GL later on, but they realize there's a new problem on their doorstep and immediately go to punish, immediately swarm one out. I love the aggression. I love the util. If they can take out Tekkas here, they have solved this problem before it really became one. I love the pacing on these guys right now. They're looking comfortable, they're looking confident, and they're going to try and triple nade Tekkas here. If they know his rock, I think his days are very much numbered, but they don't know exactly where he's playing, so just the flush for now. The Moline spreading. Done. That should be a second knock, and that should be the door opening. Kristalny behind them might be the one thing keeping them back, but the Gravediggers will think twice about aggressing this.
Night and day, this team. Night and day. Week 1 to week 2. Kristalny has to step up, but he goes down. 14th place for them. And the young gun, well, puts one more towards the grave. Gridlock now take the top. 39 points for them. Aurora Game obviously rotated their way past. They do have that BRDM. TMO obviously took their head-to-head early on. Sloy does get an opportunity to get a kill and confirm. Artufel will fall down. He's just trying to open up space. There's not that much space for these teams now to play. And we're about to see with phase 5. And again, another south shift. We refuse to let go test track. Oh, it's to the soul.
The Lynx says hello as well. Archer puts down both. No problem. Bing, bang, boom. Best gun in the lobby. Redline stay 4 up. They got to worry about PGG coming their way. I already see Salik mortaring, but surely Salik would be mortaring the construction workers here right in front of them, or maybe even TMO a little further afield. TMO losing one on that clash earlier, but the workers losing more. Not being able to string together great games by the looks of things, but at least still up and kicking.
Up and kicking at the moment. Aurora Gaming on the outside edge. Sunflowery does get the knock, but unable to get that confirmed just at the moment. Winside, though, is outside as they are looking for a clean entry side.
There's the mortars.
And it is Salik towards construction workers. So hopefully they've put a roof on their shop. Oh my god, they haven't. Salik. What is going on? Salik and his ability to find players in, again, difficult positions has been pinpoint accurate game after game.
Another one for the flush. The double tap. 1, 2, thank you. Nothing to be done for Pains. He tried to get towards the very edge. Try to hug the Dorito, but it wasn't enough. If you don't have the smokes ready in time, if you're not ready to get out of there, you're always just gonna be in trouble against a good mortar player. And there's plenty of them in these lobbies now. Duffy, hello! Picks up a double, nice and easy.
Imagine if they sent its way towards Gridlock. Great grenade for him, a huge Kobe. And for Dig, well, they dig themselves a grave as they try to exit here. Gridlock are trying to lock things down, but Duffy gets another one. Nedex goes down, and Gridlock are on fire night and day, and they are rolling. Construction workers down, any trolls in chat trying to fight anything they can. They're up to 8 kills, but the pressure is mounted to too much.
ATC at least getting a few frags on the way here. They weren't expecting a whole lot, but they're getting some things. And Aurora Mogora getting knocked is actually bad news for them because they have a lot of angry trolls on their doorstep. Silas barely staying alive, but keeps posing issues. Bombilova on the send in. There's a lot of players waiting for him, but he gets the shotgun out. It's a trade with the Panzerfaust, and it's not solid for Aurora, but it looks salvageable.
No, but Monster can potentially come in now as well. They've got to keep their attention back on towards that kind of Gridlock, though. Lurix comes out of that BRDM and nearly goes down. Marslek will fall. 8th place for them. The car will slowly become a weapon of mass destruction. No,
oh, no.
Oh, Gridlock nearly goes down. He has to step out to the smoke. And Aurora Gaming get a blessing and they remain. Gridlock out in 7th.
Well done by Marslek as well. Goes for the flush. Realizes his days are more than numbered. Realizes that taking Arctics with him is the best thing you can do. Now pressure coming in from TMO because they do know there's a BRDM on that top team, and if that team gets enough freedom, they will ruin your day. So they are lining up, force firing towards the north, and they've also taken out players on their south. So TMO, from a really rough position with no control whatsoever, are doing quite a lot of damage and are putting quite a lot of work towards the rest of the game here. If they can survive Aurora, I think they've already outdone themselves.
Let's see if they can survive. If they can remain in, they're going to be pushing that kind of leader points up higher. We finished out actually last week with EMEA Esports on 54 points. And obviously we're in the penultimate game on 41, so we should be in and around that kind of area. It really depends on what PGG do here. They did end it last week, though, Koa on 52 points in 2nd place. So they had a good run in at the end. But it wasn't very much a last game antics for them, so they did climb up. Habibi, Mogul, what's that MG out back?
Again, that's so big. The kill gets stolen away, but the damage is dealt. The BRDM is out of the question, and Aurora is down to 2. That is massive for TMO because they get to be the North team here, potentially. Justus finds another one. Perfect gun to be spraying enemies out of cars. Gonna step over with the util. Another kill stolen away. They're not really just being able to collect the spoils, but they are putting in the work. And once again, Redline will be a big contender on the north, but TMO from a very defensive position, now they can slowly start flexing on out and maybe even get aggressive.
Yeah, maybe not the spoils of war, but they're getting the spoils of the zone. They are right. They might be able to start flexing out. Redline will become a problem. After trying to take the shots towards BWD, but doesn't get the connection. Knows where he is, though. Either's maybe trying to find a new angle. But that's going to open up things maybe for TMO, because they now know they've got nosy neighbours.
They got to worry about literally one Redline player. Karambulat on top. I believe that's Karks. He's going to have the best angle, and he's got at least a blue zone and 3 nades, and that could be problems for TMO, but he's got to bide his time as well, Mark. He doesn't want to overstep while PG is still focused on him, and they're going to be focused on him, or at least ready to focus on him for quite a while here still, so maybe that is the saving grace for TMO, because again, the util in his pocket looks disastrous for them.
Yeah, he's thinking about that tree in front, isn't he? Obviously, he won't be fully aware that TMO are consolidated together, and once he does work that out, that blue zone will cause some problems for them. But again, for them, they're going to be relying on those south teams. Presenti presents himself with a little bit of a tumble. As I think he jumps out of a car, which I think he thought he was going to launch forward and get some kills.
Nah.
Lucky enough for him, we wasn't watching. It looked like he took a tumble off that maybe fence. It was a trip. He twisted his ankle maybe. Nothing to do with the C4 at all.
That is the best team in this lobby and the best team overall in the cups. But that is not the best moment for Presenti. Jumping out of the car, knocking himself, and the C4 also doesn't make it anywhere that he wants it to go. And it was a C4. It would have killed a solo player from Menace, even if it was perfect. So giving his life up for that really, really hurts. They were pretty much in the winning spot for this game. And their odds have just dropped significantly. I think they're still a contender for the win. But they hate to see what just happened there.
Love to see the KO percentage of win percentage. That grenade find PWD. No, it doesn't quite. He's done himself a big trench. There's the art of warfare, popping up a smoke and find safety as a BRDM take a little bit more damage before it says goodnight, but it'll be enough for him in the center of zone, farming information.
Bit of a, for us, with the information we have, bit of a rough one for Redline, committing so many nades when the BRDM is still up, just not something that has a great success rate, right? The players always, you see nades come in, you're always jumping into the BRDM, but PewDiePie has been able to keep it alive, or at least nobody has had the time and the focus to take out the BRDM, and that means that he gets to stick around and now gets to jump into his nade-safe rocket ship and live to fight another day. But with Red Light coming down from the hill, Mark, this opens a big door for TMO, and suddenly I think we have, from 2, we've gone to 3 contenders for the win here.
Yeah, look, obviously we've got a full suite of information, right? PWD does have that mobile fortress now sitting in the middle of the zone. But you're right, the biggest point for me is that Redline haven't gone across the top and applied pressure, forcing TMO south, or at least draw attention. They've actually gone for a safer route into this kind of valley, but that puts them at punishment. Now the Mythos can see them, can see the smoke, but it's also lined their shots up. PGG can look over that ridge line, and they are at the base of that ridge, and they can see straight in and across towards Redline.
I think that's Maximus' days coming to an end as well. He's in 1 smoke, he's got to step on out, and there's 2 hungry teams, but that's a big...
Run!
That is a big trench he's gotten for himself. That is tasty, and if he gets to dodge a bit of the util, once again, he gets to live another day. Just think about how much util has Redline expanded towards PewDiePie, how much has PDG put into Maximus. The solos are sponging up so many resources, and even Presenti fully dying just for a C4 onto Maximus, right? The big teams are kind of bleeding just for a bunch of solos here.
I love it. You're not going to let him. You're not going to let him live that down, are you? Nothing to see here. No, it's going to clip it up. It is going to be catastrophic for them, but it does drive a opening for these other teams. Spray will come through, instant nade. I think it's 2 3s to follow, but one of them is short. It's going to, there goes that third one. That third one's perfect, though. Justice does find. Fourth will come in. The car's going to go. It's an explosive ending. The car causing the damage, though, and it is lights out, though, for Redline. They make the passive rotation in, and it is catastrophic. PWD picks up 2, but the heavy lift is from TMO.
You can say about PewDiePie whatever you like, right? But that reaction and the speed at which he decides to immediately hop out of the BRDM and start nading as well, that is class. And that is really, really clean. Justus, though, is stepping over with the M249, and he's just hammering down onto PGG. They lost 1 knock to the solo, but an immediate reaction from TMOs.
Here comes PWD.
So
here comes the BRDM. He's looking for some more points. Oh, they're getting flushed out. He's got that. He's going to try 1 more. He does find it in the end. He knows the time is pretty much done. But he's got another point on the board because he's got the placement. Oh, he's going to get some more. This is full cinema. It's 1. It's 2. Nearly 3. He jumps out, gets the confirmation. 1 versus 1. Habibi versus PWD. The flash goes over. He steps up. And, oh my God. Win side. Bag a win. It's a 22-point kill, Koro, and it came from nothing. A solo in the middle. Cutie music. What a game from Winside.
What a clutch. What a clutch. Oh, man, that hurts if you're TMO. They had that in the bag, Mark. They were making all the right 100%. Calls, making all the right plays, and then not only does he come steal their kill, he also just steals their entire game away. Oh, that is...
Let's break that down a little bit, because a lot happened, right? A lot happened. I think it really started to fall apart a little bit. The wheels came off of PGG after that C4 bit, and I know you won't let him live that down. But that aside changed how they could play the end game. It gave an opening for Redline. It gave an opening for TMO. And with Redline going into the Valley, I was like, hey, TMO is going to get the win here. They're going to play it so well. And they did play it so well. And at the end, PWD, you mentioned two things. One, the grenades to be able to go finish off Redline, put himself another 2 points. Really good play from him. And I felt the end game for me was like, okay, they're getting knocks. I've got to be IDM. I might be able to get a few runovers and get the flushes. But he put himself in a little bit of a luck, and there would be IDM in a position to take the win. What a game we just saw.
There's a whatever motivational cringe quote that like, success is preparation and luck, right? He got both there. He had made all the right choices, and the knocks and the trades worked out in a way where he only had to close out the game. He only had to clutch out the game. I say only. That was a pretty 50-50, right? That was pretty winnable for TMO still at the end, even for the last player. But just clean execution from PewDiddy. But you have to give credit as well, I think, to TMO, Redline, how they played in from the north there looks really, really clean.
Yeah, and again, TMO came in that sort of middle, they threaded the needle and they took that fight on. They obviously had the construction workers set up there. They're crashing into locations where teams are around them. The same for Redline. They played in that sort of northeast corner, working their way down, right? And they played well. It was just a difference how their cards were dealt. Redline made a decision to play late, keep numbers up, go into the gully. They didn't want to play in towards the myth-off, and I think PGG played into that, where their position was. They are still sitting on top, though, PGG with 44 points. Gridlock, though, not too far behind. And as I come back to my point, night and day, this team, after week 1, have reset completely for week number 2, and rightfully so. They sit themselves really high up.
Well done. Well done. Big consistency coming out. Good fights from Gridlock as well. A lot of work being done on that northern side of the hill. Winside comes in with a massive one. They do what ATC did last game, but they let PewDiddy do all of it, essentially. Not all, but a big chunk of those points came from PewDiddy towards the end there, and 10 of their 15 placement points as well. Yeah. But once again, there's two stories, right? There's two stories here. There is who wins today, who places well today. There's a little bit of cash on the line, but it's really just so much about getting those points done. And I think I might have been confused there, right? I might have just talked absolute rubbish. I think that's the money that's off for the playoffs, right? But
one on the line, mate. But this is the big important thing: is it's not just the money. It's these there is prize pool, right? But these teams are looking for is the opportunity to compete at the regional level, and then more importantly the international level, and this is how they get themselves through. Updated though cup leaderboard, PGG obviously working their way up towards the top, nearly just about 4 more points away from breaking those 3 digits, but good to see. Winside for me has now doubled their points just from that game alone. This is a big contender, and it gives them a bit of breathing room. As you said before, Koho, it's not guaranteed that these teams are going to come back week after week. There are other factors and other teams that might enter in which will force. Everlong, they didn't qualify through this week. They actually dropped out pretty early, of which the team was really strong last week. So it's not a guarantee. So when you can maximize, when you can farm and make hay while the sun's shining, this is where you do it.
For sure. And again, I'll get tired of saying it, but every point matters. Every point that you put on the board, even if you're having a terrible day, even if you're not even breaking into top 18, right? Even if you're having a day to forget, every point matters, and every point gets you closer to that goal of playing playoffs, playing with the big boys, getting yourself into that lobby where you can start making your way to the PEC fall finals. And everybody in this lobby knows that as well. So even a Redline, right? They haven't gotten a ton done today, but they just played a really good game and they've just gotten a bunch of important points.
Yeah, and it's that consistency we can continue to speak about. We will continue to speak about for the next, I suppose, 3 weeks after this one, but 5 weeks in total. The only variation we're going to get, guys, is that week 4 and that week 5, because someone could randomly come in and just qualify and then win on the Saturday and find themselves at the regional playoffs. So all still to play for, but a good game, and arguably an explosive game, that penultimate game. But we've only got one more left in the chamber.
One left in the chamber, as I'm done confusing myself about where's money on the line or where there isn't. There is money on the line, as Mark of course knows. The man's casted everything in the region for 17 years. But again, right? We're looking at a bunch of teams trying to make their last stand, trying to make this evening a good one, maybe close it out as a win. Winning is not that much better than second place. It's pretty even on out, but it does feel nice, and it gets you talked about a little bit more, and it gets you a little bit more of that confidence and maybe even respect from other teams, right? That's a big one when you're coming into these open qualifiers where there might only be 2-3 teams of your caliber in the lobby, and a lot of other teams might have a bit of respect for you if you're a PGG, if you're at the top of the standings, if you're a PewDedit that has just clutched out a massive game, right? So that is something that they can carry on into the next weeks as well.
It is a huge game, and I think, like myself, we'll be looking at it going, I don't really appreciate to the full extent what he has done in its fullest. But what I can appreciate, Koho, is it is the final game. It is match number 5 here from our PEC4 Cup. It is week number 2, week 2 of 5, and the last chance, the last stop for these players to put points on the board before we draw a line underneath this week and upload to the overall. Flight path, though, it is coming from an east. It is going across the west. It's another clean divide across the Wrangle.
ATC out early. Out of the plane, that is. We barely even talked about them, I feel like, in the last game. They still, I think they got 8 kills, 9 kills, something like that, and got themselves into placements. So they played another really, really solid game from, honestly, rather unfavorable circles. Because, once again, they were able to grab some of these kills earlier, and then they were able to still close out more in the late game. I think, I'm watching it now, I think 10 kills is massive from the position that they were given. So consistency comes through in the end.
And you look again, Marslek really impressed me week number 1. He's really impressed me again week number 2. A level of maturity to understanding actually overall. And as you say, he went for that flush at the very, very end of Arctics as they were coming off that high ground. That, again, might make a difference when we look at that 5 weeks overall about them qualifying versus not qualifying. Don't get me wrong, I'm an ATC fan. I think they're qualifying, right? But actually, it's a complete different night and day from spring to fall. This team is performing.
Absolutely, and I would be surprised to not see them qualify. Yeah, I think everything that this format does is give every team in the region that belongs into the playoff a ton of chances to get there. And I think it actually, while there's a lot of talk in esports right now about how you can be consistent, if you can be consistent, because with all the changes we've seen, with less games being played in a lot of stages, with the TPP being a bit of an unknown factor, we've not seen a ton of consistent teams at the very top level. But in this format, everybody can find consistency, and everybody that has any sort of consistency in the game should get themselves towards the playoffs. Making it into the finals, another big step. Performing into the finals, a massive step even further. But getting there, playing against the best of your region, showing yourself in front of the entire region, that is something that everybody that belongs there will be able to do. And ATC, 100% one of the teams that we would expect to be in that top 18.
Let's see. Don't forget, if you are at home, you are thinking you can do what it takes to put points on the board and represent your region and your team. You can do. Just sign up. Obviously online. Obviously, the scrims will be open for registration for week 3, 4, and 5. You just need to show up, put the points on the board, and make sure you qualify. Obviously, it will happen for Monday, lobby halves for Tuesday, halves for Wednesday, and then we do a round robin in group stages on the Wednesday. But again, if you find yourself on Wednesday in a top 16 position of all the groups, you'll find yourself here competing on Saturday, and with a chance to put points on the board, get to the regional qualifiers, and also bag yourself some money.
Yeah. Prove to your parents that this is a real job. Make sure you get some money coming in. Big one. Is Silas had to decide if he wanted to dig or if he wanted to get some information. He's decided for the information. Shooting at the windows to see if anybody looks back his way. It's not an unknown strategy. It's not a foolproof one, but can work a lot of the time. Doesn't look like they're super interested just yet, Gridlock, but it would have been free. It would have been a position to go for.
They are moving. They are moving for it. Zone is early on the flight path. It is over in that sort of east side, and we kind of hold on to Stauber at the top. We go down just to the outside of Milta Power, so Lipovka, and kind of that prison we saw earlier on, and that sort of north side that we see where the guys are going.
Where are you taking him, Carlo?
No! The super
What
sub
you doing
says,
to him,
"Goodbye,
Carlo?
Marslet. Get out of here, mate. Go get the drink."
I don't. What did Marslick say to Carlo? Did he insult a member of his family, or what the hell was that?
He said, Fuzzface is back next week, mate. You're not coming back. And then he pushed him off the cliff. You're not coming back.
And now he's just leaving him. You're not even picking him up. He's literally just leaving him. He just said, I had enough. All right, you're done. All right, enough of your yapping. I know you're just trying to IGL, but I can't take it anymore. Send you down the cliff and move on with my life. Internal struggles on the side of ATC. But they're not in a bad spot here.
No, they're in a good spot. They're in a good spot. So on that sort of east coast now. They're on a 2-2 split. As I suppose Doffy is come to pick up Marslick, and I suppose he has to find safety and friends somewhere. AT obviously on the rotation round, but they're coming on that sort of west side, that southwest corner. A lot of these teams have to work their way in. Aurora Gaming, TMO store on the outside, Windside are game 4, winning the store on the outside, and Construction Workers are store as a 4 now, and they don't have too far to go, but they are in Milton.
One of the slowest. No, not one of them. Definitely the slowest phase 1 we've had today. Not something that's super characteristic for a last game of the night, but somehow this eastern circle with quite a bit of water inside has led to teams playing the most passive way that we've seen so far. No big rotation camps set up either. I think we've seen the construction workers still in Milta, but nobody coming their way, and everybody else just making a nice and easy transition towards the zone here, Mark.
I think it plays into two things, right? From a caster looking down, so limited information basically is my small print there. Half of these teams have done well today, right? And they've got some big points on the board, and there's an argument to say they could be aggressive. But with this weekly series and with the consistent leaderboard that every week you go back and put more points on the board, you don't want to throw away another game. So sometimes when we see the last game, the last chance, and if you're getting knocked out, then the teams play slightly different. Even for I'm going to say it, Big John, right? There's been no boshing today, right? They are down there on the leaderboards. They're on 7 points. If they can get multiple points out of this game, then at least they get a bit of a salvation game. We had it last week from PGG. They've done pretty bad the first 4 games. It was the last game where they put big points on the board, which put them back up on that kind of leaderboard. So very different this week. But I think that's why we're seeing a little bit more of a slower approach from these teams.
Yeah, it's a lot can be done in one game. I mean, we've seen it from ATC, we've seen it from WS now. You can play a really, really big one and just bombard yourself up the standings.
I love that they've committed to one. And that he's looking to the gods. and the observer's Gax is going, finish him.
Workers are putting in work. Things are happening. Things are moving. They gotta be careful though, because the Aurora is already sliding into their back flank. I think they should be able to get away with a reset here. Not quite with the flush just yet, but should be able to at least get themselves back on their feet. Probably not looking to run over Fex here, making sure that they stay alive, but would be nice if Vard could do anything about this. If Vard could get maybe a piece of util towards WS, because again, right, we talked about big games. Nobody needs it more than the construction workers. No, they've been limping around for a little while, right? They've been on a 3. Have to call the dragon back, as Fex is back, showing what he can do. Fard pulls up. Lucky enough though, the boys leave. PWD though, we've seen what he can do with 1BRDM. Let's see what he can do again, but his own shifts further away. Pains does that get that confirmation, so they get a point on the board. Phoenix will go down, and for construction workers, that's got to be a green light to try and find some more points. Especially with the back clear, with the knowledge about it, should be able to flex one out and get a little more, but they don't for now, and the circle has gone far, far away. They're looking to arrest PewDiddy though. If we're looking at the map here, he is getting pulled up on by numbers. And he's just gonna once again have to pull some of his magic, but he knows that he should just be getting out of dodge. He does so swiftly.
He does. Let's see if he can produce some magic. I wouldn't be too surprised he's got the blue chip and he's getting out of there. Just to reset. Zone has resetted as well. It's gone towards the north, so Stauber still remains in. Yaz will hold a big proportion of potential hopes for these teams if they want to try and find safety, and everyone else on that rotation. I'm worried about the east rotation. ATC now kind of finding themselves around Aurora Gaming as they go towards that PGG double split.
It's honestly a nightmare being in these apartments here.
Yeah.
It was tough in first person. It's so much tougher in third person now. There's so many angles to worry about, so many different positions. Nate looks good from Techers. Goes into the window. Does not find Ares, but again, there's a tough spot, a tough nut to crack. So they might not even attempt it. Might just try and move away. The Bosch hasn't been boshing. They're looking to put in some work here. But not even Masters has been putting out too much damage today, and that man is an absolute menace.
Kadunk. Construction workers, though, find themselves losing all momentum in that BRDM as they do try to chase down AT. I think they've opted to turn back round, as Fex might need to give a nitrous boost towards that BRDM as they do look to work themselves in that southwest corner. AT obviously are going to be in front of them, so they're going to be careful about how they and where they put up. We might just want to be in those vehicles as the zone hits. 28 seconds before we see where phase number 3 goes. And again, a north shift. It's not great for a lot of these teams working their way in the south.
Joga Bonito. Chilling. Thriving. Relaxing. In their zone. In the zone. We've seen the two variants of them today. When they have prio, they play slow, they play chill, they play good positions. When they have to get aggressive, they do. BRDM is on the side of the workers right now. That's a pull-up and a half. Hello. Goodbye. Good night. See you later. And that's a thinking about trash disposal here. Just pushing some things around. Taking Meisters out with the big car. An immediate reset into positions as well that they can play now, and I think you've just seen a nice show of force, right? What the BRDM can do.
Yeah, if you get any confidence from that last game, you've got to get that confidence from PWD. They're going for a 2-2 split. They've picked up another kill. They win our hold. That zone does shift south, so we give up the high side of Stauber, but you also give up the urban train of Yas. A lot more open. I like ATC's position. They've got his 2-2 split where they're kind of holding that sort of single and that garage building. The rest of these teams obviously trying to find opportunity, but for Joga Bonito, they find the opportunity for 100 ADR, but they've not really been able to get things rolling today. And they get punished working their way into the Granny Annex.
Game's so punishing. Game's always been punishing, but just more things to worry about these days. More things in the game that can absolutely roll you. And there's the Bosch. Michael gets one. It's not something we've seen a lot today, but love to see it either way.
No, we haven't. And again, so good during the qualifiers. I think actually this Wednesday was a bit punishing for them. They qualified realistically on the last game. It might be a trend, but we'll have to wait and see. They definitely will want to make it a trend here. They're on the southeast corner. They do have Aurora Gaming in front of him, but they've already got one of the kills there. So they're trying to farm some information where they can. T-Bone taken to flight. See if I find his car. One big thing for this Big John team, they need to stay closer together where they can.
Talked a bit to Marcis about this roster before the games, and he said, this Collier guy, if he grinds and he learns from the smart people, can literally be Hakatory. So I have big expectations. I have big hopes. Not able to show that yet, but it's a lot harder in practice than just having the potential. But might get more chances. Might get a chance or two even this game.
I've heard that as well. I've heard he is Hakatory 2.0 in the making. Now let's see what he can do. Back towards the action though. TMO, who arguably has had a good day already, and for 34 points to be put on the board is nothing to be shied away from. Red line looking to try and put some more points underneath their belt. As Justice will take a little tumble, and that will get that confirmation though done. So Timo are out. 34 will be their cut off, and the zone cuts itself back towards the northeast corner. So all the hard work these teams did on the south, they now need to get moving yet again.
Well, so we've seen a lot of tumbles today.
A few. Some explosive.
Some worse than others, but quite a few falling deaths, more than you would like to see. In a lobby like this. Circle goes northeast, and we can see there was nowhere for Justus to go either way. Probably had to jump out of an exploding car, but it always does look a little odd in the kill feed. Redline have to lick their wounds. The Gravediggers came in and claimed a lot of the spoils, but Redline still has essentially the second best compound in the game. Ironic. Just talked about tumbles. That one's at least as bad, because that's going to slow them down. What?
What? You need
that's 4 and 1.
Bosh! Straight in, 18 denied, and that is a play. Gridlock roll up, thinking they're getting an opportunity. Michael, send another one.
Yeah, they're inviting another one at this point. They say we want to be in that spot. We've just we want to be where they were when that happened to them. I don't know if Michael has another one. If he does, it's coming. But it doesn't even need to be. Bombi Lobo is already running up. He's gotten a triple nade on in with the help of Marcelik. And there are more mortars coming. So outside of the shack is not a play either. Bosch is boshing. And it's Gridlock who are really on the receiving end of this one.
Definitely on the receiving end. And it definitely seems to be final game antics. Another point on the board though for them. As Cole Young will find Nedex. So Gridlock go down towards the 2. I think part and parcel, obviously, these guys are sending their way forward towards the zone. PGG still set up shop a little bit further up the road. They're in the bowl, so be careful. Bosch do need entry here. But put 6 kills on. Find themselves now on 13 points. And the other side of the zone is another struggle. It's construction workers on the defense now, but they're defending well. As Dig is digging it. Send it! Bosch!
Hello! What's going on, Mark? Everybody's just exploding on this western side. Bart comes over the top, cleans up one of the fights, and somehow the workers have gotten a double knock onto WS as well, who just had to walk up, right? They just had to walk up on that bowl. You would think they're getting some free kills. They've been absolutely slapped back down, and the workers are holding on with force.
Yeah, they are holding on with force, and they hold on to that BRDM as well. No Justice to steal this one away, as he's already out. Construction workers are back up. They've lost one body and they get moving. Masters finds Sadik. Unfortunately for Michael, finds his own teammate. The confirmation has been done. T-Bone looking to try and get safety out, but getting completely no opportunity to spread his wings slightly. This is not good. One grenade might end him, but they have to try and spread out. And Michael, well, he's putting the team on his back and he's driving forward.
That's really good. He's getting them at least some space. Marshes, not sure where he was, but he's coming back now. He just went for a little bit of a tour around the world and has decided, oh, I like you guys. You guys seem to be alive. Let's play with you. Rest of the lobby is still tearing each other into shreds. Carlo, last one for ATC in the compound, knocked out as well. They just got across the road left. And Joga Bonito lived to at least breathe and reset for another day.
Construction workers breathe and no more. Again, 15 points here. Joga Bonito, Slaven is down. Cristani works his way in. Noddy finished up. They look to try and clear it. They have to try and work their way forward, and they see an opportunity and can be given opportunities to that man. And Cristani will show his shining light, and they put him down. 100 ADR, well, they claim the victors, the spoils of war, which is the BRDM. Now we'll get rolling forward.
Tiny bit of a breather until the next bit of carnage is about to unfold, because every time I see anything, I see teams outside of this phase 5 and no playable inside. Joga Bonito having to go into ATC. We just saw ADR on the top having to go towards Semper. And yeah, there's no surprise that all of this is heating up. I think PGG has found the nades towards Bosch as well, but this is the first one on the chopping block. This is Cristani flying on in. Doesn't hit anything with the car, but immediately returns with the spray. And Silas has a lot of work ahead of him.
He jumps out into the smoke, does a kickflip, and there's no one at home, so he takes the home away. Now he's going to be calling for reinforcements to maybe come his way. Silence finds the additional position, but he finds the opportunity to launch out a blue zone nade. That's going to force the rabbit out, the rabbit hole, so to speak, and Silencer gets the reinforcements, but he gets the level 3 vest, don't forget, so he has the opportunity to stand still, as Jog Benito have to take the fight here with ATC.
It's another blue zone coming to Crystalli's way. He's just gotten the first hit off, and he should be able to get the second one off as well if he has it. Nate does no damage to support. Silas gets the pressure his way, but doesn't actually get anything done with it. And that way, Gridlock out. ATC down to 1. Jogo Benito down to 1. This is a game for the lower end teams to catch up. And the only big dog that's still up in force is PGG.
Yeah. They are, and again, they set their stall up pretty early on here, so they're okay. Mortifier now working its way down. Damage is getting done to the car. Sem obviously spread its way out as it reinforces its line. One is down, so X needs to try and get the opportunity to be res now the Mortifier has released the pressure. And for Menace, they need to be a bit more of a menace here. Sitting out on this ridge, they're going to lose all momentum when they want to try and get up and over the top. If the zone shifts south, it's going to be chaos.
Chaos about to unfold, and that's a shift and a half. Yep. If it does go south, it's going to be chaos. But to be honest, anywhere this zone would have shifted, it would have been chaos, because there just isn't that much to play. Aurora got to find a way on in, and all these three teams in that northeastern corner have to find a way to find anything playable that PGG does not just farm. If you could, you'd probably crash PGG right now, but it's not the most promising one, especially when you're the first team to do it. But at least now with these knocks from Zabila coming out, they have the kill feed information. They should know, okay, there's a 3-man in here. They should have had time to get themselves that kill feed information, and maybe that makes the crash look a little more appealing.
This is kind of a who moves first, might die first, but again, I'm with you. I'll be looking at that compound, especially on the kill feed read, going, is there an opportunity to crash? Manisto have gone the menacing way round to the zone as they've gone round to the west into the arms, the loving arms of all these teams though, as they will try and find safety. BRDM is down. Zico now going to have to try and get the hold as there's a team pull up right in front of him. It's not the final player here. Does Iris behind him, looking to try and get something he can, and Bosch finds another one. The kills are shared. Placement points now.
And there's nowhere to go. Semper on the full pull-up. They're going into the Polish squad. They're sending it. The Panzerfaust is way short. But that means the gun is out. And that means numbers advantage is now being used and abused as they make their way on in. And they should be living.
No.
I don't think he makes it. He makes it into the dip. They're staying up with 4. They might have 1 or 2 usable cars still. This went way better than expected.
Yeah, that's the best out of a bad scenario, right? That Panzer didn't hit. You're kind of thinking, oh, not great. Did get the gun out, did get the knock. And lucky enough, they clicked dry, unable to get the flush. So will help now. Aurora Gaming needs to get moving. Sunflower does move his shield a little bit, a tiny bit forward to maybe keep him safe on the tree, blocking out PGG's shots. But again, PGG in the middle, Bosch in the middle, give or take. Everybody else is on the outside edge. So yes, Sempt has made a move here, Ko, but they're likely going to have to make another move on this next shift.
Yeah, same for Aurora. I'm the last one that goes and criticizes players, right? But I'm sitting here wondering, okay, you're living next to PGG though, in the open, in smokes. What are you doing next zone? What are you doing for the next 30 seconds, right? Again, we have all the info in the world and we can really cook up plays, but I feel like this is a really passive play that might get them 1 or 2 points, but almost never will get them more than that, because moving away from where they are should be incredibly hard here.
And I think that's it. I think you've got to remember, we've got all the information, guys, right? We can see down. If you haven't get the map feed open. And again, you look at that going, do you know what? Crash the compound. But PGG get a pass and get another pass as well. Zone shifts back towards that sort of west. But as we said, these teams on the outside, all of them now have to make a play. It's only Bosch and it's only PGG that just have to keep looking outward to try and defend their area. And I worry, I think Bosch is the next target.
Hopefully Bosch has been able, hopefully for them, has been able to dig in deep, because they've had some time to set up these positions. Now Kristalny knows he's getting approached on. The question is, when does he start nading? Because there is a big barrage of smokes here from Aurora. As soon as he has the steps, he's surely gonna get the nade out. He needs the nade. He knows there's a team coming his way, but he wants to get the gun out first. Wants to confirm something for sure. Now nades will be coming his way, but there's already one third-party knock. He finds one more. He's still living. Oh, the nade is good. Kristallny out, but Aurora already down to just one. And not looking clean here.
8 shots, great shots. Redline through the smoke in Narnia. Got the opportunity to get the knock. Aurora Gaming get a reset, but you got to remember Kristallny for Jogger Benito. He wasn't in either. Masters though setting up. Sloy does get Arctics down, so that's a re-knock, and the smoke has dissipated. It's a race to try and get things out, but lucky enough for them, Sunflowery will tab out towards zone. So PGG get another point on the board for them. That's 5 for this game. 9 for Bosch. Where have you been for the other 4 games?
5 on Michael as well. Getting flamed in chat earlier by amateurs. Now making sure that he at least has something to back it up.
Really?
When he does talk back. And again, I think they're in a good spot here. I think they've been able to dig just enough to get themselves into playable positions. I'm not sure how much resources they have left and how much of it they've expanded and lost. But they're in a very playable spot now, and you can't say the same thing about Bombilovo. You can't really say the same thing about Redline, who are, yes, they're alive and kicking, but they are very, very far edge of our phase 7 here. And once they have to move on up, they'll have a lot of eyes looking towards them.
Zico is like been at gym today because he's holding the Dorito, like literally. That must be like £100. I wonder if he has to dig his way to victory. At the moment, it looks like he's digging his way to safety. So we'll see how he survives this one out. I just worry. Wednesday today, Bosch leaving it to the last game. Bombilovo going to the other side of the tree, but those gunshots has given it away. Masters though balancing the juggling act. They are still in the zone. They know that ATC have to come their way. So does Redline, to be fair, if they want to try and survive. But PGG, what a tiny bit of that compound remains. There's a wall. Story moving the car into a position. No, Masters though will put 10 on the board though. Big John says, Bosch, good night. Now we go to a top 4.
We go to a top 4, but suddenly they're in the best spot, Mark. And again, they've been fortified, right? They've been able to dig. They've been able to pass that pickaxe around as well, make it work for different spots. And with Redline out of the question here, likely very soon, Semper not really being a team that looks to compete for the win. They're in a really good spot here.
You said it before though, the amount of utility that people have got for Big John is going to be limited. We've already seen there's a limitation to it. Semp's going to try and dig their way to victory, as every dig is one dig closer. But for Redline, they have got no other options. And oh my god, Ivis posts that one off the backboard in the Dorito on towards T-Bone. And for Big John, it's been a big game for them. But now they need to have an answer to Redline, try and stop them any opportunity getting closer.
The trickiest part about TPP, I feel like the defenses are easy, but you need to be clean in your defenses, right? And everybody has gotten better at util, and everybody has more information to direct that util your way, so everybody's quite lethal. Ivas is absolutely out of this one. I say absolutely, he barely gets the first hit off. He's not quite out just yet, but he has no more util to come their way. And Kolya, very aware of the threat on the north. I love the awareness. I love the quickness on his feet. But I think PGG and Semper are going to keep each other busy, so they should be able to focus on Ivas here and make sure he doesn't enter the zone and doesn't.
There's a big game here. Guardian gets his knock. He can maybe make the run for T-Bone. He has made the call. That is the big hold for him. That shows high IQ play. Semp taking on PGG. Him getting that knock allowed the opportunity here for Big John to get maybe 4 numbers back up into the late game.
They should be able to, and then they'll have positional advantage as well. I don't know how many smokes they have left. I missed my chance to look at how much util is still in their way. I wouldn't even be surprised to see them dig towards the center, but no, Michael is playing actively and aggressively right now, looking for the flush as well, looking to put numbers in their favor even further. As Semper, they're bleeding out here to the blue zone, to the play zone, the blue zone grenades. Everything coming their way, everything mounting up against them. And it's 2 giants with Bosch and PGG fighting for the win. And Bosch says, well, sure. Big John's coming back for the last one.
Big John, Bosch lads, 16. They came into this with 7. 26-point game. Talk about leave it to the wire. But what concerns me, Koo, is on Wednesday they done it. 4 games were a wash. Out. questioning whether they're going to qualify. They make it to the final though on the final game, and they look again. Yes, not as much pressure because even if we signed off with 7 points, it's still 7 points in the overall leaderboard. But that was a big game, and for Michael, he opened things up for the team.
For sure, big step on the leaderboard, making their evening worth it, right? If they would have gone out today with 1 or 2 points in the last game, 8 games in the day, they would have been mighty sad, and they would have been mighty disappointed with how this day went. They have way higher standards than that. So coming back to the last game is a much needed reprieve for them. They haven't been able to show the consistency. They weren't farming every single game. They didn't have a great night even with that game, right? But now it's worthwhile. It's worth putting on the board. It's a good step on the total leaderboard, and kind of just, salvaging. That was the definition of salvaging your evening.
Yeah, look, let's not take anything away. It's been very difficult for them. They've had hard rotations in, but I'd also account this game as a hard rotation in as well, but they made it happen here. There's big John Bosch, lads. Get in there, lads. 26 points, though, for this one. 12 for PGG, as they did take a central compound, but being able to find 7 kills from there is pretty good from them. And surprised we didn't see a team backfill or go for the crash, but really good to see other teams that have been consistent here. Any trolls in chat? Obviously, Jogo Benito, Redline, all sort of making some points for this final game.
Big John. I mean, they're winning. They're winning the logo contest. They're winning the name contest. All right.
They're winning. It's the laundry behind. That's the win for me. But he's a man of the people. He still does his laundry.
He's a man of the people. That's exactly I had a hard time describing my feelings towards Big John, but he is a man of the people. 1 game is enough to get them into 8th place. 1 game is enough to get them into the top half of the night. Senpai Eternal, shout out to them. They've been scrapping away with it. They've been working their way into these late games. And for a team that doesn't nearly have the names we're used to, right? Not the caliber of players that we're used to. That is big news. Construction workers as well, getting a little bit of work done in the last game. You'd love to see it for them, right? Small moves, a small amount of points, but still relevant in the overall scale of things.
Every brick laid, one after the other, will eventually make a house. That's what construction workers are doing. They're looking for the 5 weeks, Koe. Back to Sem, though, again, big shout. 12 placement points, right? They find themselves in those top 8 scenarios most of the time. And even, yes, might not be having the names that we expect, but again, finding those points, chipping away at the 5-week window is going to be good for them. But big shout out for PGG. They will top things off on 56 points, and they will find themselves, though, with 108 now on the cup leaderboard. So don't forget, we have drawn us some time, and that's it for obviously week number 2, and obviously all the points now get loaded to this. So really good plays from PGG. Jogo Benito, again, massive levels of consistency. But I want to come back to Big John. A salvation last game puts him up into 5th.
Yeah, and that's the effect, right, of playing any game you can and taking all the chances that you can, because in the end it will all sum up. And they're still beating teams that had a banger first day, right? We have Enmore Esports, the first team on this leaderboard that didn't play today. Everlong, Team Kazakhstan, the mixed team, all those teams now beaten out by teams that have played multiple days or just have played absolute bangers. And then we see Aurora, TMO, and No Slack, for example, still respectable, only playing 1 of the 2 days. But again, you're gonna have a hard time if you miss out on these days, but it is not impossible. And even the construction workers, with an absolute day to forget, still push themselves ahead of a couple teams here.
Well, they find themselves in the right side of the leaderboard, and salvation, as you say, in the last couple of games, finding effects and finding points, I think is key. But obviously this is week 2 done, and some of these teams that are on here, this is their first week for them, because they didn't make it to first week, or they haven't made it for the second week. So again, we've still got 3 more weeks to play for, but it's looking like kind of like 15. If you can get into here and get 15 points, you're finding yourself in and around that top. You've got to keep an eye, though. If these teams around the cutoff line are coming back week after week, that line is going to increase.
It will climb significantly. And that was only Cup 2. That was only the second cup, and there's plenty more to come. Plenty more PUBG action coming your way. Even if it's not the PGS series, it's the PEC cups, it's the scrims, it's everything amounting to the fall championship, which is the last chance to make it to PGC for a lot of these teams. The last chance to make a good year out of your PUBG Esports year, and we're only just getting started, Mark.
Yeah, we're only just getting started, as you say. It is week number 2. Carl, I want to thank you, obviously, first and foremost, for coming in for week 2 and providing your insights. It's always welcome, and want to see you back again after again. I want to thank production, PUBG Esports, though, for being able to provide us all of the action here. But as Carl says, it is week 2. There are still 3 more weeks remaining, and you need to go get yourself signed up. We'll get you some links into chat, so obviously get yourself on the board, and more importantly, get yourself signed up. Carl, final thoughts for you before I close things out, though, for the evening, mate. Have you enjoyed today?
Thanks for having me. I've had a great time, all right? 5 games go so fast. I know all the players are complaining sometimes because obviously one more game is one more chance to make things more even, but I've had a blast. I think we've had a blast. The viewers have had a blast. And yeah, anytime, all right? I'll come back anytime, and I can't leave. PUBG is like an abusive girlfriend, and I am deep in its grasp. I cannot leave. So anytime you want me back, I'm there. Thanks for having me.
On that note, we will thank PUBG again and PUBG Esports. And again, a massive thanks to all the production team behind the scenes that are able to put the show back on. Remember, go get yourself signed up. There is more PUBG action as we are in full swing every day, every night, as PAS will be a little bit later on before you get a little bit of a break and you have a little bit of a sleep. And then we go back to the final day, though, obviously, for PGS. Loads and loads of action are happening. That's it from us. We'll see you guys a little bit later on for PAS. And if not, PGS later on. Peace.